Hello everyone, howdy hi. I had a few technical issues, so I was a little tiny smidge 5 minutes late. Just a little. I still need to tweak everything. It's been one of them days. If you know, you know. Sometimes the days just are like that. So, hello everyone, I hope you're having an amazing day. I apologise for this being a little bit later than it's meant to be. It's meant to be last Thursday, but I just did not at all have time to do 4 hours last week. So instead, we are here tonight. I hope everyone is doing okay. I'd love to know where you're all from. So feel free to let me know, and I'm going to go through some of them before we get started. I've managed to open my camera settings and I cannot figure out how to close it. Okay, like that. And I'm just going to try and rejig some of the lighting for a quick minute. Oh, this is not getting any better. Okay, that's probably the exact same as it was like 3 minutes ago before I messed with it. Anyway, let's have a look-see at where everyone is from. So we have Chile, let's have a look, Georgia, North Carolina, the Cotswolds. Oh, I love the Cotswolds, so beautiful there. Boston, Pennsylvania, Turkey. Oh, I already said Turkey. Did I already say Turkey? I'm sure I said that mentally. I'm not sure if I said it verbally. Las Vegas, Arizona, Florida, Baltimore. Let's have a look. Slovakia, England, yeah. Netherlands, Texas, New York City, Oregon, Washington, Pittsburgh. I think it's Pittsburgh. Yorkshire, Wales, Germany, Greece, Macclesfield, Brighton. I love seeing everyone, but I get a little bit excited when I see places that I know personally. Like, I think that's cool. Belgium, Norfolk, Atlanta, Lancashire, Cambridgeshire. Wow, from everywhere. Alaska, Spain. Wow, absolutely everywhere. So tonight we are doing another Witchcraft Q&A. I'm not sure how long this one is going to be. I'm working on very tight deadlines this week. I, as usual, did not plan my times quite right, and I've given myself far more work than I should have given myself this week. So I'm not sure how long this one's going to be, and I know that some of you will call me out on that when it turns out to be as long as my usual lives, and you'll laugh at me in the comments, but we will see how long this is going to be. And yeah, feel free to post questions about witchcraft, paganism, even questions that aren't about witchcraft and paganism. If there's just things that you want to chit-chat about, feel free to do that, and I'm going to try and get through them chronologically. I am down a moderator right now in the stream, so thank you so much to the mods who are here right now. I know that it is really ridiculously last minute. I am waiting for an additional mod to come on in about 30 minutes or so, hopefully, fingers crossed, that's fine. So please be nice to all the mods because they put out their free time to be here. So yeah, I'm going to work through chronologically, same as I always do, so it might mean that I'm a little bit behind the chat, so do bear with me with that, but hopefully I can get through to as many questions as I possibly can. Fingers crossed, hopefully. Hopefully. So I'm going to scroll up to the top so I can see where we are. And let's start answering questions. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Have you ever had an encounter with a sinister or negative spirit, entity, or ghost? Can you share a story of one of your most harrowing encounters and how you dealt with it? So I know some of them I've already spoken about, so I struggle to remember which ones I've spoken of and which ones I haven't. I've had a few experiences that were very much yikes, I don't want to experience that again. I've had negative experiences with demons, with merfolk, which you would think would be nicer than they actually are. I know that sirens are considered to be like not so nice, but there are plenty of other water spirits out there that are really not nice. The most recent one that I've had though was a spirit in my basement. Now, I've always known that there's been a spirit in the basement, so it isn't as though the spirit being there was a shock, but its negative reaction to people really came as a surprise, because I have lived here for many years and have never had this kind of experience before. So I don't think I've mentioned it, but feel free to let me know if I've mentioned this one before. So we were having work done in the basement. Essentially, damp basement needs some help not being damp anymore. So we fitted a fan, essentially drilled into the wall with the intention that it's going to help kind of ventilate the space. And this is why I actually mention it in my Is Your House Haunted video, that if you do alterations to a house, you can upset the spirits. And that's exactly what happened in this instance. So we kind of drilled into the wall, and by we, I mean I was in the living room not participating in any way, and everyone else was doing the work because I am not that good with power tools. So we drilled the fan into the wall, thought that everything was fine. That night I go to bed and I can hear people walking downstairs. Like I can just hear like half a dozen people, maybe a dozen people just like walking around, very distinctive walking. And I'm thinking, that's strange, but I know that there's no one in the house, therefore it has to be one of the spirits. So I thought maybe it's just a transient spirit, maybe it'll pass, sorted. Wake up the next day, everything's fine, didn't think anything of it. The following night, the same thing happened basically. I could hear people walking downstairs, and then all of a sudden people were walking upstairs and standing right outside my bedroom door. Thought, that's not super fun. But because I have protections around my bedroom anyway for this exact thing, if it does happen, I knew that it was perfectly fine for me being in there. It was just an uncomfortable situation. So then comes the next night. I still haven't done anything at this point because I like giving spirits the benefit of the doubt that they will kind of move on and do their own thing. So the third night comes along, and as I pass the basement door, this is like 3 a.m. Like I've been working like all evening. I walk past the basement door and something growls right in my ear as I walk past the basement door. And at that point I'm like, nope, we are not participating in this. So the next day I had my dad, who drilled into the basement wall, go down into the basement and apologise profusely to the spirits that were down there. And now every time he goes into the basement, he has to do the same thing. And from that point on, I have not had any problems with that spirit. And this is what I mean with like, sometimes when we do interaction with spirits, that it's not so much interaction, but when we do things to a house that they perceive as being a negative interaction, sometimes all you need is to apologize, and they will typically be receptive to that apology, especially if it is something like drilling into something that is important, and that I needed to do it. This wasn't something that I could avoid. So if you were to tell a spirit that, hey, I had to do this, otherwise more people would have to come into your space, they tend to be okay with it. At least fairly okay. So that was one experience that was very jarring, I'd say, because I knew that the spirits weren't being malicious or they wouldn't be permitted in the space. It was more that they were trying to get a point across, and it was a very harsh point to get across, basically. So, where am I? Here we go. So, 2 quick questions. If a witch ball falls from a sturdy hook but doesn't break, should you replace it? And how can you ease a tension between people in a household when talking doesn't work? So the first one, when it comes to a witch ball, I would say that you can just hang it back up again, personally. Everyone is going to be different, but it may be that something was encountered, but it wasn't strong enough to really damage that working. It might simply be that a spirit in the home has knocked into it and it's not a malicious act. So I'd say if it hasn't broken, you would probably be fairly safe to keep using it, and unless it breaks, I think I would feel comfortable using it. If in doubt though, you can always put up some additional protections just to make yourself feel 100% certain. When it comes to relationships with family members and household members not talking, I'd say you might want to try doing a reconciliation spell. So I don't have one specific spell that I would recommend people use, but they are referred to as like reconciliation or communication spells. And the whole purpose of them is to open up potential communication. So if active communication, if you trying to talk with them isn't working, the whole point of the reconciliation or communication spells is to give them a push to talk and to communicate their side of the story. So it's not just you talking to a brick wall, it's also that desire to talk back to you again and kind of open that opportunity for communication if it has been shut off previously and no one has listened. Because you can talk all you want, but if people are not receptive to it, there's no point in doing it. So that kind of communication spell is designed to open up their ability to listen and to communicate back with you again. And that tends to be my first kind of port of call when it comes to situations like this, is just try to get people to be a bit more receptive on both sides of a disagreement or just in a household in general, and then see if we can progress from there. Okay, I have two of these. I didn't see these pop up, so I'm going to say them now. Thank you so much, Hazel. I really appreciate your donation, and I'm really glad that you enjoy the live streams. Really, I am. It means a lot to me. And then thank you so much to Doug as well. I didn't see it pop up, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So, where was I? Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Hearth. I just wanted to say I just returned from Glastonbury, visiting from New York City. I had an amazing time. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Glastonbury is just amazing. I mentioned you to one of the staff members at Sons of Asgard. They spoke so highly of you. Oh, that's so sweet. I do love everyone that works at Sons of Asgard. They are really crazy knowledgeable, and they're also just really nice people. So every time I go in, I spend like an hour talking to them. I probably bother them honestly with the amount of time I spend talking to them, but you get a few shops, and you may well have one wherever you are if you have a witchcraft shop, where there are people inside that you can just recognize instantly as being really knowledgeable in their field, and they're the shops that I love supporting, the ones where you can ask them a question and they'll be honest if they don't know, but they can often give you like a really in-depth answer, which is just really reassuring that they know what they're talking about. Okay, where was I was here. Oh, here we go. Silly question. There's no silly questions. None. Because there's so many answers. There's no silly questions, is basically what I was trying to say. I've not spoken that much today. Today's been one of those not verbal days, which makes my tongue all tied. Would freezing moon water be okay to have for a later time if you are unable to make fresher moon water? Yes, I'd say so. And if you have the space to be able to do it, it's really effective, especially at the minute. Right now we're in a blue moon, which is really useful for so many different workings. And it doesn't happen too often. It does happen, obviously, but about every 2.5 years, I think we get two full moons in a month. So last night, tonight, and tomorrow is really good for making some blue moon water. And then you might not need to use it for another year, but if you do freeze it, it does mean that at least the water's not going to go all stale. I wouldn't necessarily recommend keeping frozen moon water for great amounts of time if you plan to drink it. I would say keep it frozen for spells, rituals, divinations, that kind of thing, but I would drink it fresh if you were going to be drinking it, especially if you have collected that water. Okay, before I became a witch, I used black salt, as in Kala Namak. I think that's how you say it, Kala Namak. It's used, as far as I'm aware, as it's got like a sulfury taste. It's used as an egg replacement for the eggy taste. I was wondering if this would be used as witch's black salt in witchcraft. Not as far as I'm aware, because it is very different in composition to witch's black salt. So witch's black salt is usually rock salt. It can also be sea salt that is mixed with charcoal. That could be charcoal powder, crushed up charcoal discs. People will also add in powdered incense or incense ash, like the leftovers from stick incense, from loose incense that's been burned on a charcoal disc, cone incense that's been burned, and it leaves behind that pale grey ash. That will often get added into black salt, and then you can add different herbs and items in there as well, depending on your specific intention and goal. So for me, it is very different, and I don't know if, is it even salt, or is it just called black salt? Let's have a look. I'm curious because we can't find it. Yeah, so it is rock salt. So it's kiln-fired rock salt. So I suppose you could use it, but it just isn't quite the same as standard witch's black salt. But it is something that you can add into cookery. So you can use it within your kitchen witchcraft, potentially as a black salt alternative that is actually edible, because witch's black salt is not edible. Please don't eat it if it is a mix of charcoal and incense ash and all these other things. So it could be a good alternative in that regard. It's not exactly the same, but you can give it a try, see how it works in your practice. Can I keep a metal pendulum and a crystal amethyst pendulum in the same bag together? As long as you think that they get on, that should be completely fine. So what I mean by this is, if you have two objects, especially if they have a bit of their own personality to them and they've got really strong energy and they don't like being around one another, you will often be able to tell that instantly. They have like this really uncomfortable feeling when you keep them together, and you'll find that you almost instinctively want to take them apart. It's a little bit like when you walk into a room where two people have been having an argument and it just feels awkward. Like you just want to like get away from that situation. You just want to like reverse out of that room. That's kind of the same feeling that you get when you have two objects that don't want to be around one another. So if you are feeling that, then separate them. If you aren't feeling that, then give it a try and see how they interact, see how the readings are with each of them when they're kept separate and when they're kept together. Generally though, I'd say unless there's an instinctive, like immediate negative response, you're probably going to be okay. I keep all of my pendulums together for the most part. There's only one that doesn't, but that is because I use it as like a portable traveling pendulum. All the others live in one space and they all seem completely content doing so. Oh, it jumped already. Oh. It's happening quickly. Where was I? I was somewhere over here. Was I? I think. Maybe? Oh no. Have I already lost where I am? Oh no, here it was. Okay. What is the best spiritual protection for animals? I have 2 dogs, and the best protection for me from the best protection for me from witchcraft, an oil, an amulet, a witch bottle, etc. So when it comes to animals, some people will have like charms on collars that they will charge with energy so that they have that protection with them all the time. Personally, especially if you live in an area that is perhaps not so friendly towards witchcraft, I know a lot of my followers are from the Bible Belt, which isn't the easiest, and especially when people of a certain disposition, if they were to see like charms and stuff on a collar, they might be inclined to respond really aggressively and negatively, which isn't always, well, it's not what you want when it comes to a pet, and it's not always safe. So I would say you would want something ideally that is remote. So a witch bottle is a good idea. You can use a little bit of fur, for instance. So if someone were to have Cats, if they drop a whisker, then you can use that whisker, only if it's dropped, of course. Like, this applies to everything, but if you find like a dropped whisker, you can add that into a witch bottle as a little bit of protection for that animal, mostly from negative spell work, spiritual encounters, these kind of things. The other way of doing it would be to make a puppet or some kind of representation for them and have that in a protective space with protective spells cast upon it, such as, well, essentially a human puppet, but in the shape of the animal. So you would have it in, say, the shape of your dog, and it would be the colours of your dog, and inside you could put a few things that represent them with herbs for protection, and then spellwork can be cast upon that puppet and kept in a safe space to act as remote protection. That kind of thing could work as well, just to kind of keep them safe remotely in a way where it's not going to negatively impact them if someone does find them. And the thing with oils as well is if you're using oils, a lot of oils are not pet safe. They can be really dangerous for animals. So I would tend to say leave the oils for humans and then do more remote spell work for animals. How do I get my witch bottle to work? I made one, thought I did everything right, but Witchcraft was sent to me and I'm guessing it missed the bottle completely. So I do have a few questions in this regard. You don't have to answer them publicly, that's fine if you don't want to. Mostly just questions to make sure that I know the kind of witch bottle that's been made. So I'm guessing it would have been charged with energy. It would have been sealed with a tag lock inside, I presume, based off how witch bottles are typically made. It may be that there's not a large enough connection between yourself and the bottle. It might be that someone is simply more aware of you perhaps in your practice, and so they're able to bypass that bottle, because witch bottles are really, really useful, but they are not foolproof when it comes to especially spell work that has been sent. It may also be that it isn't actually a spell at all. It could be a spirit attachment, depending on what you are experiencing, and in which case it would completely bypass the bottle, because if it's something that's latched onto you while you're out and about or just around other people, for instance, then it can enter into your space and impact your life without the witch bottle ever coming into play, because it's like a direct attachment onto you. There's so many options, but generally, as long as that witch bottle contains a tag lock that belongs to you, as long as it is sufficiently charged with energy, it will typically run for about a year. I tend to work on the principle of change them every year or when they break, whichever one comes first. So it may well be that it is something other than a spell that has been sent. It could be a servitor, it could be a spirit of other kinds, it could simply be a spirit attachment rather than active spell work or ritual, but of course I don't know the situation as a whole. What are the correspondences for Mabon? There are so many. It would honestly be hard for me to list them all. The most commonly seen ones would be apples, nuts, any kind of harvested food, so things like pumpkins, squash, these kind of things that we would typically see harvested at this time are really commonplace. Sunflowers and sunflower seeds. You'll often start getting kind of nuts being placed on altars. For stones, they're usually ones that are rich in colour, so such as red jasper, carnelian, tiger eye, these kind of stones. Beyond that, it's really dependent on what you particularly feel drawn to, and obviously depending on where you are in the world, because where I am, it is currently apple harvesting season, and so all of these things I can include on my altar space, but that isn't going to apply for everyone. And then gods and goddesses, it entirely depends on where you are, who you work with, what you connect with. I will work with Bridget, but that is because Bridget is my matron goddess, and so I will work with her at all times of year, not just at Imbolg. So it's very dependent on every individual. But there's plenty of resources that are free online that you can find hundreds of different correspondences for Mabon. They're just freely accessible. So if you want to go more into that, I'd recommend checking out some of those and just see what works for you and see what doesn't. Usually you can tell instantly, because if you click with something really quickly, then it's probably something that will be effective for you to use as a correspondence. Right, well, I know I missed one. This one. What you think about the breaking of a piece of jewelry worn for protection? So it's a fairly vague question, so I'm not sure if it's something that's been purposefully broken, something that's accidentally been broken. Generally, for me, if a piece of jewelry has been broken, I would then use a different piece of jewelry for the protection working going forwards. I don't necessarily see everything as being a sign, so some people will say that if anything that you use for protection breaks, then it's a sign that it has stopped working, it's done its job, and you need to replace it. Sometimes things do just happen, necklaces will just break. Sometimes you pull too hard, it will snap. So for me, I would just say by default, I would make a new one, mostly because if it's broken once, even accidentally, it may be easier to break in the future at a time where you don't need or want it to break. Or I often have double pieces of protection jewelry on, so that if one gets missing, one gets broken or goes missing, I always have a secondary one just in case. So yeah, I would personally replace the piece of jewelry just for ease of self, just to be able to relax is what I'm trying to say. Because sometimes if you're always thinking of like what if it broke for a reason, what if, it can sometimes set you on edge and set you up for more harm. So I'd say if in doubt, swap it out for something else that you can use for protection. You can always mend the original piece, there's no harm in doing that, and then just redo that protection spell on it once it's fixed. Any books on weather magic? I have never found anything to be particularly useful in terms of weather magic. I'm hoping that something will come out in the future that I really like. I find a lot of it is, if anything, more elemental in its explanations for things than, say, weather magic. So I'm on the lookout and we will see if anything comes out. But so far, I don't have anything in particular. How can I open my third eye fast? So I don't work with the chakras. It isn't something that I have ever really connected with. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to find someone who is probably more well-versed in that. One thing I will say is that generally nothing within magical practice is quick or fast. There is no cutting corners to successful and safe magical practice. So if you are wanting to work with your third eye and open your third eye, personally, I can only go off my experiences. I would recommend coming at it from a slow and steady and staying safe perspective, rather than trying to do whatever achieves it the fastest, because you can set yourself up for issues, especially if we are talking about kind of psychic sight and psychic abilities. If these things come on really fast, they can be incredibly alarming, and they can lead to quite negative visceral reactions if it isn't something that you're used to, which is why opening these things slowly is much better than trying to rush the process. Is it a problem if my cats stay with me during rituals? They love to keep me company in my workings. Do I have to protect them somehow? If they are wanting to be in that space, I would just say protect the space. Is the easiest way of doing it, rather than trying to protect things that are individual in your space. Just have one collective protection over the entire space. There's no harm in having cats in the room or having animals in the room, as long as you know that there's no spirits that are entering in that are malicious in nature, which obviously is going to depend on people's practice. I would say that you would be fairly okay doing that as long as you have just some kind of general protection, just to make sure that nothing latches onto them, because what you don't want is to do a spell that was designed for something else or someone else, and then the energy attaches onto one of your animals in the process, because then that might impact them and also might impact your household as well. So just keep the entire room protected and I'd say you'd pretty much be fine. Do you have any advice for maintaining long-term servitors or tulpas? Maintenance, small maintenance every few days is better than big amounts of maintenance as an emergency situation, is honestly probably my best advice. So with me, I have servitors that I will work with and I will connect with them, interact with them every single day. And if it's not every single day, then I would do it every week. And I would just check in with them regularly, give them that energy, give them anything that you have agreed to give them in their creation, and constantly maintain that power source and that interaction and that communication, because it's much easier to control a servitor if you are in constant communication with them. It's also a lot easier to manage your servitors if you're in constant interaction with them. And it means that they aren't going to wander off, they aren't doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And it's always easier to do a little bit of energy every day or every other day than doing big amounts of energy to maintain them every few months if you then remember or you've forgotten about it. So that's honestly how I do servitors, is just that little bit, like drip feeding energy rather than big amounts. And also I have houses and spirit vessels that they live in, so there's always a physical representation for them that they can always come back to. That way it's a lot easier to give any energy that you want to give. It's easier to interact with them if you've essentially created it so that they return to a vessel every day, every week, so that you can interact and commune with them that way. So you can always pin them down to a particular place rather than having to use, say, a sigil or some kind of other symbol that represents them. So, oh, thank you so much, Wednesday's World. I didn't see this instantly. Thank you so much. I was somewhere here. Is it okay to worship a deity different than everybody else if that feels more comfortable? Yes, it's fine. There's a lot of intricate and strict rules out there, and honestly, I just want to light an incense stick. No, I completely feel that. You don't have to do anything by the book if you don't want to, especially when it comes to deities. The only time I would say that you would probably need, or it's recommended to work by the book, is if you are working with certain spirits, so more like the greater demons, for instance, typically enjoy having a set process. Now, I'm sure people do go off board with it, they go off piece and they do their own thing, but generally speaking, for safety's sake, if we're wanting to work with something like higher demons, I would recommend following set rituals that are predetermined. It's easier to keep on top of everything that needs to be said and done. But when working with deities, it is so individual to the person. Everyone's experience with their deity is going to be different because they're going to adapt to us and we adapt to them. And the things that we do with them is going to be entirely unique to us. So I wouldn't worry about following it by the book. I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not. Am I? No. Okay, never mind. It gave up on me. Hello from a soggy Florida. It's been soggy here this year too. The rest of Europe has apparently had an absolutely awfully hot summer, and England has just completely bypassed all of the good weather. We've just had rain just all summer. Do you know of a deity spirit patron of wild rodents or birds? Unfortunately, my new cats are destroying the wildlife in my garden. I can't keep them in all the time, so hoping to work some protection. It's going to very much depend on obviously where you are and the kind of spirities that are spirities. I meant to say spirits, deities, and entities, and I just went, I just merged them all together, that are in your space. So you would be working with land wights, spirits of place, especially if we are talking about specifically the garden. You are looking at spirits that are residing on that land and in that land, so you can give offerings to them, try to work something out with them as well. And then spirits and deities, it entirely depends on culture, tradition, belief, all of these things. There's so many. In every pantheon out there, you will find a plethora of major and minor deities that cover these subjects. So it's worth checking in with your tradition, checking with the land as well and the kind of spirits that are around, and then working something else out that way, because there's just so many options out there. Is it necessary to practice witchcraft if you practice the law of attraction? No. Does it add to each other or contradict each other? It entirely depends on personal practice. So there are aspects of the law of attraction that I find just don't work for me. I've never understood the whole see it as if it's already happened. For me, it doesn't work, because then the spirits and entities that I work with say, oh, well, if you already have it, we don't need to help you, and therefore nothing manifests. But for other people, the law of attraction works so well for them, and all of these techniques are phenomenal. It really is entirely personal. You don't have to do both. You can do one or the other. Some people's practice will include law of attraction, other people's it just won't. So it's entirely unique to you. You can give it a mix, see how it works, and if you find that you don't really like witchcraft and you much prefer the law of attraction, then that's a valid form of practice, and vice versa. Is it okay to not worship deities? I'm somewhat new to witchcraft and unsure of which one is for me yet. Witchcraft is secular, so witchcraft is non-religious. You don't have to follow any deities at all unless you choose to include them. So there are many different forms of witchcraft out there, some of which people will choose to add deities to, some will choose to add spirits to. Other people don't want to work with spirits, deities, or anything outside of themselves, and every form of practice is completely valid. It's just entirely personal. So I wasn't working with deities for a really long time, especially... It's kind of a tricky one, because I was part of the Wiccan religion for about 8 years, and even whilst I was part of Wicca, I didn't have any strict deities. I would work with the archetypes of deities. So I would work with the horned god and the moon goddess, and I used them as archetypes. It was only after I left Wicca and was practicing on my own for a few years that I found my deities. Before that point, for like, I don't even know how many years, like over 8 years, because I was practicing before I was a part of Wicca. So for maybe like 10 years, I did not use any deities in my practice. I had no consistent deities at all. If I called on anyone, it was for like 1 or 2 rituals, and then that was it. And I still manifested successful results. And now I have deities, and I just manifest results in a little bit of a different way. So it's completely valid to not have any deities or to not work with spirits if that's something you just don't want to do. And you can also change your mind later. If you don't want to work with deities right now and in 10 years you want to, you can just change. You don't have to stick to one thing forever. Oh, itchy. I bought a deity binding spell for Hecate some time ago and gave my full name and birth date. It said it was irreversible, and now, almost 1 year later, I wish I hadn't bought it. So, here we go. Because I'm not really in the mood to work with gods right now, and I want to focus on my higher self. I love Hecate because I learned a lot from her, and she led me to myself. So, in which case, this is the thing with bindings, is an energetic and spiritual bind can be reversed, but it's not always easy to reverse, especially if you are bound to a higher power rather than to, say, another person or to an object or to a place. So it's tricky, but there are ways around it. So one option is to simply ask if you can be released. And if you don't necessarily want to be 100% released from it, be open and honest. Use some offerings, communicate, have that interaction with her, and just say, you know, right now, I don't feel as though I'm in the right place to be forming a deeper connection with you. I really want to be working on improving myself, on improving how I am to myself, working on reaching to a higher state. And I hope that you understand, but I'm not in a position right now to be able to work with you how I would want to be able to work with you. And you can just be honest. And more often than not, honesty is the best policy when working with deities. You're not going to be able to fool them that easily. So if you don't want to be fully released, ask just for that tether to be kind of wound out a little bit. Ask if you can have a bit of a break from working with them. And if you want to be completely released, then ask them, because it's much better to ask than to undertake like a cord cutting spell for a deity, in which case you might really royally piss them off, especially if you've not communicated with them first. So generally speaking, I would say have that conversation with them. It could be in dreams. You could write it on a piece of paper and place it under your pillow. You could write it on a piece of paper and use it during meditation. You can do simply communication. I'll just talk to them. I'll just have a candle lit and I'll just be talking to them. That's another way of doing it. You can also request it like you would a petition. So you write it on a piece of paper and then light that piece of paper on fire safely, of course, with fire safety equipment, all of that stuff. So you can send it to her that way. You can work with the crossroads and bury your petition in the crossroads as long as it's only made of like paper and it'll degrade. Or you can take that piece of paper, kind of turn it into a mush, dissolve it in loads of water, and then tip it out as like a pasty water at crossroads as a way of doing it. That way it's going to degrade even quicker. I mean, there's so many options, but communication is definitely the way to go in this regard. And generally speaking, when it comes to bindings, it is hard to undo, especially a bind to a deity. So if anyone else is considering doing it, I would just make sure that you've been working with them for maybe 5+ years, maybe even more, before you tie yourself into a binding. Right, I was about here, I think. What crystal would you recommend to deal with a negative person in the workplace? I would go for probably Snowflake Obsidian, thinking about it, because that is all about absorbing that negativity, but it also has that peaceful energy that's really useful in this situation to kind of bring peace into that space. So I would probably go for Snowflake Obsidian. Try to find it, as always, from an ethical supplier where possible, but you can also just use clear quartz. You can find it fairly readily everywhere. And you can program that instead. So just charge it with that desired outcome that you want to manifest, and then place that within the workplace as well. Just make sure that you cleanse them frequently. So I'd say, depending on how irate the environment is, maybe every month to every week, just to kind of make sure that that crystal is able to do its job. So, can you drink water and does it give you powers? Do you mean normal water? In which case, yes. We can drink water. We are just people like everyone else. And no, it doesn't give us powers. It gives us the power to live, because obviously if we don't drink, we would die. But besides that, just normal people. We just practice witchcraft. Can you recommend any books to harness your energy and put it forth into spells? Psychic Witch by Matt Oren is probably the best book I've ever read on the energy side of witchcraft that allows us to effectively channel it into spells and rituals. It doesn't necessarily contain spells and rituals, but it is that kind of baseline practice that will allow you to add them in. Oh, I did not see these. Thank you so much, Meredith. I think is that a hippopotamus? I think it might be a hippopotamus in a gaming chair. I love it. And also, thank you so much to I'm not sure how to say your name. Mr. Calm8, I think, is your name. Thank you so much. Wondering how you can include roots in practice. So for me, I will use them as I would the plant themselves. So when I form a connection with a plant, it is all of that plant that I'm forming a connection with. And I find that different aspects of that plant are useful for different things. So the flowers will be slightly different to the leaves, which are slightly different to the fruits, or the seeds, which are slightly different from the roots. And so I can adapt it just a little bit. So for me, something like dandelion is a really popular one. Dandelion root is fairly commonplace. I would use the flowers in really short-term, quick-acting luck or attraction workings. So that could include the seed heads or the flowers, like the yellow flowers themselves. The leaves I would use in slightly longer lasting workings, but the roots are when I want to really tap into something deeper, something longer, something more meaningful than everything else. So the roots would be about like integral change, like things that are so significant. I would use the roots for that kind of a working. For me, it's literally deeper than the rest of the plant would be, and so I use them in that way. Different roots are going to be good for different things. So some people will use roots to use in cooking. So like marshmallow root can be used to make actual marshmallows, and these can be imbued with energy and used in kitchen witchcraft. There's so many options, but I would say try to connect with the plants that you're working with and see what they tell you about how to use them. A trick that I was taught is to take a small part of that plant and sleep with it under your pillow, and then you can get I've got the hiccups, images, visions, teachings, essentially, whilst you are asleep. And that's a really good way of kind of getting a deeper meaning from the actual plant itself. That's a good option. And then also looking into the potential medical and all of these uses that you can use alongside modern medicine. So that is another way of doing it. So yeah, I really enjoy working with certain roots more than others. Oh, and then you've got things like mandrake, which obviously is really hazardous, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend using it willy-nilly, but these were used for houses for familiar spirits and servitors and these kind of things, so they can be used in that regard as well. And you can create fake mandrake that is not actually made of mandrake, it just looks like a mandrake root that can be used for this purpose as well, which is kind of a whole topic in and of itself. Right. Would you ever consider getting help for research and stuff for your videos? Yeah, I would. I've thought about it for a while, and I know that some people, I'm terrible at responding to people. I suck at it. Have kind of asked me about it in the past, and my big thing is that I always feel like I'm wasting people's time. Like, I don't earn enough off videos to be able to pay people effectively for their time, because YouTube is like that. Like, unless you're a massive creator, you don't typically get paid enough to even pay yourself for your time, let alone anyone else. So I would never want someone to be doing it for free, because that's so much of their time that they are taking up doing it. And I also am not financially capable of paying someone for the sheer amount of time it takes to research content. I'm fine doing that research in my free time because I consider it like my hobby. So that's why sometimes, especially recently, videos have taken so much longer to come out, because it just takes me so long. Like, I'm currently working on a video. I really hope that you like this video. I have no idea if you will. I'm going through all of my tarot decks and oracle decks, and I'm ranking them in an order. I've been editing it for 15 hours and I'm only halfway through the first edit. So like, this is the kind of, everything takes a lot longer than people think it would. So while I would love to be able to have like people research for me, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that like anytime soon. Right, where was I? Oh, can my Mabon altar be small because of budgets? Of course. Your Mabon altar can just be yourself if you want. You can just wear some colours of the season. You can just have a few decorations here or there. You don't have to go big. It can just be something really small that you change in your life. Even just putting out like a little pumpkin decoration. or maybe drying some apple and then forming a decoration out of it. Something like that. It doesn't have to be massive, it can be something just really small. Dionysus started to reach out to me. Now what do I do? Is it something that you would want to form a deeper connection with? Is it a deity that you would particularly like to work with? If they are, then it is something that you can agree to. So you can kind of start reaching back again, doing a bit more research, leaving out an offering or two, perhaps a little grapey drink, depending on whether you are of age to drink or not, perhaps some grape juice or some adult grape juice, just a little bit as an offering to kind of start that connection, because it is a two-way street. And so if he is pushing to you, you might want to push back a little bit, and then he's going to push a little bit more, and then you get to the point where you start getting the dreams and the meditations that are connecting with them and this kind of thing. So I'd say if you want to work with him, just give a little bit of a push backwards. If you don't want to, it's now the time to be very thankful, appreciate the fact that he has reached out to you, but you do not feel comfortable to work with a deity at this time, and then to kind of work your way backwards. So obviously the outcome is very much going to depend on whether you want to work with them or not. But that's how I started, is just that when you start getting reached out, you just reach back a little bit to them, and then it kind of ricochets, like you end up playing tennis with a deity where they start reaching out to you, you reach back, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger from there. Right. Where was I? Did you do something special during the super blue moon yesterday? I didn't do anything specifically for the moon because I was out, honestly, for most of the time that I could see it. By the time I was free, it was way too late. The moon had already moved like all the way around and I couldn't see it anymore without being outside, but it was cold and it was dark. Instead, yesterday I did actually I think it's going to have to be all of, because I'm really time constrained, the rituals and spells for the Mabon video. So I did all of my workings a little bit early, utilizing some of that energy because I was doing it like before Mabon, so that I could then put it in a video. So that's what I spent yesterday doing, was lots of different little rituals for this and that, which do all work with the full moon energy, luckily, so I could kind of tie it all in. But that's what I did yesterday. Nothing super fancy, nothing specifically for the full moon. It was just kind of a coincidence that it all lined up perfectly. Do you have any recommendations on witchy video games to play when you're in a burnout? I just finished Wildflowers, loved it. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you have any. Oh yes, Kinseed. It's technically not witchy, but the entire game is based off the fair folk, and references to them are literally everywhere. I was in the process, this is a few years ago now, I was in the process of making a video about all of the references in the game and like how they apply to real life interactions with the fair folk, and I just gave up on it because I thought no one would like it. So I was like dedicated playing that for quite a while. If anyone wants to see that kind of game crossover into real life, let me know. But I spent ages working on that and then I just kind of dropped it. But yeah, Kinseed is a really fun game. It's kind of like Stardew Valley, but with fairies. Or spirits. I think they're called sprites, actually. I'm not sure. But that's a really fun, like, cute, relaxing game. Nothing too intense. I don't do intense games. Like, intense games stress me out. I like simple games, like The Sims or Stardew Valley. Actually, Wildflowers is on my list, so I do need to play that at some point. When you send positive, empowering energy to someone, but the person doesn't know about it, can that be considered as dark magic, as you could change the direction for the person or event? I mean, this is going to entirely depend on personal perspective. Everything on this channel is my own personal perspective, so my personal opinion, because it is my personal perspective, how many times can I say that, is that in order for something to be dark magic, it has to have malicious intention. If you are intending to do something nice, I don't think that that is inherently negative. Like, it probably is not going to severely change someone's life for the negative, and if it isn't something that you intended to do, therefore I would not consider it dark magic. I'd call it unfortunate, I'd call it a whoopsie, I wouldn't necessarily call it baneful or dark magic. For me personally, I simply wouldn't. For me, dark magic is, I don't like you, so I'm going to curse you. That's dark magic. It's, oh, I'm going to make you late for your bus, which is then going to make you late for your job interview, which is then going to, get you to lose that job. For me, that's dark magic. Magic with malicious intention. For that, I would just say it's an oopsie. If something negative comes from it, it's an oopsie. Only some traditions require you to communicate all of your spells with the person that you are doing them on beforehand. This is not a universal thing when it comes to magical practice. It's only a small percentage of practices and traditions that require you to ask someone before you undertake that working. So I would say that if you are inclined to ask, do so. If your tradition calls for it, then do so. Otherwise, use your discretion. Really think about everything that you're doing before you do it. Try to avoid any oopsies along the way where you might be making someone's life more difficult inadvertently. And generally, just trying to be a good person is generally just a great way of working magic if doing baneful magic is not something for you. I accidentally celebrated the full moon one night early. Is that bad? Not at all. Mostly because the energy of the full moon lasts for, I consider anyway, 3 days. So it's the night before, the night of, and the night after. So if you missed the blue moon yesterday, you can still do your workings today. That's fine. If you wanted to do them the day after, the energy is still going to be there. It might not be quite as strong, but it is still going to be there. So it just becomes less and less effective the further out on either side that something is. I typically work in the 3 days before, during, and after for the most powerful workings. Can you recommend a first book for practical witchcraft? I have a full video on beginner witchcraft books that I would recommend, and I would probably recommend watching that because depending on the type of practice you want to undertake, the kind of book that you're going to want to get is going to be very different. So that book is still on my channel. If you were to just type in beginner witchcraft books on my channel, it will come up, and that'll give you a few different options depending on the style of practice that you want to have. Do you have any tips for beginner witchy YouTubers? Honestly, just be authentic. I think is the best thing that I can say and recommend is that when I was starting out, and I think a lot of people, myself included, kind of fell victim to it. We were all under the shadow of pre-existing witchcraft channels. And you almost felt that requirement to be like them if you were going to achieve anything in the community. And quite quickly, I think a lot of us realized that it's not really how it works. I mean, I love interacting with practitioners who are just truly themselves. Their practice is theirs, and they just express themselves so openly and so authentically that you can't help but enjoy their content. I really enjoy people like that who are kind and courteous, but are also very true to who they are, rather than trying to emulate someone else. And I think a lot of people, at least I saw it, a lot of people with Harmony Nice. Really enjoy Harmony Nice's channel. I always have. I thought she was phenomenal. And we saw a lot of people after the fact trying to emulate that, like replicate the style. And you're never going to do that because that's someone's unique style. So you just need to find yours, is basically what I'm trying to say with this. I have a lot of words and very few directions for said words. See, this is what I mean. I meant to say I have a lot of words but not much direction, and I just went off on a tangent halfway through a sentence. Right, where was I? Have you ever had a bad experience with a coven horror story? I've never had a bad experience with a coven. The only problem I've ever had with covens, and it isn't really even bad, it's just something that can happen. Okay, so a bit of backstory. The group or coven that I have been a part of, it was kind of a conglomeration of different people, and we were all kind of brought together. We were all working together, carrying out ritual together, especially like at the sabbats and esbats, and it was great, right? But the problem is that when you don't have an extensive vetting period for people to join a coven, you often get people who are working in different ways and they aren't gelling together. Yes, I do answer all of the questions. I just haven't got to the bottom of the chat yet. I understand the confusion though, because I do work way behind. So all of the people in the group were not necessarily gelling together because we weren't really that trained in working together. We were a group of individual practitioners and we were all trying to work together. And the problem with that is that different people are going to be trying different techniques. Energies are not going to be mashing together, and so you're not going to get effective results. And what often happens is that the more experienced members of that group are pulling the weight of the less experienced people in that group. And while that isn't a problem per se, it can get a little bit tricky, especially if no one's communicating, if no one is developing together. It can be kind of hard. So what we would find is that you would have brand new practitioners wanting the exact same out of that ritual as the long-term practitioners who were putting more energy into it. So you had about maybe like 6 or 7 of us who were putting loads of energy into it, and then you had 10 or 11 of us who were trying to take an equal amount out of that working, but they were not putting anything into it. And it's not that they were maliciously not trying to work, it's just that we had people who were far more experienced and people that were far less experienced. And although you can train up people who were less experienced, that wasn't happening, and we ended up with just rituals that were being evenly split, but not everyone was evenly inputting into them, which can cause a little bit of tension in that group sometimes, which is why a lot of long-standing covens will have a year and a day policy where you join that group on a kind of probation tester period, and you see if you can work well together, see if everyone gels not only in personality but also in energy. And then at the end of it, you might find that that person doesn't work. They as an individual might decide that this group and the energy of this group isn't for them, and then they can choose to leave and move on to find someone else or a different group that they can work with. Or they might find that, yes, this group is right for me. I love all of the people. I love working with you. It's perfect. I'll join. And then you would be initiated as a full member of that coven. If you've got people coming and going and no one is really training up anyone because no one sticks around long enough because you don't have that initiatory period, then you have the problem of different people aren't pulling the weight that they need to pull, and then you end up having annoyance and irritation. So that was mostly the biggest problem that I had with working in a coven. It was simply that we weren't gelling entirely as a group, which led to issues. So where was I? Do you have any advice on feeling energy? I've tried following your video, but I still can't feel anything. It may well... Okay. I'm trying to find the best way of wording this. It's going to depend on how you come into it. So I would say always be open-minded. I wouldn't come at anything thinking that it's not going to work, because then you're setting yourself up. But also, not everyone is going to feel energy in the same way. And it might be that you are feeling energy, but you don't necessarily realize that you're feeling it. Perhaps it isn't in your hands. Perhaps it's somewhere else. Maybe it's this weight in your stomach or in your chest. Maybe it's this tension that you feel in your back. Maybe it's something you are experiencing elsewhere. Perhaps you're sensitive to different things than other people might be. Not everything has an energy that is really strong, and sometimes you might not notice an energy from something because it's too similar to your own energy that you can't differentiate the two, which is why it's useful to try lots of different things in different places. It's a difficult one because there is no kind of instant quick fix. My video on it is just one technique of many. Matt Oren does have a book called The Psychic Witch, which has a lot of energy rituals, well, not even rituals, but practices in it, which could be useful for developing it further. I obviously can only share the information that's worked for me. But if anyone has any recommendations in the chat for energy sensing and how they have managed to do it for themselves, please let us all know, because I would love to know different techniques if there are any. I'm working on a series of novels. Would you ever read a book about scholars studying non-physical science, magic, spiritual warfare, and an occult attack on a nation? That sounds actually pretty interesting. I had to skip out some of the words there because I knew YouTube wouldn't like them, but that sounds like a really interesting novel. And I think we need more books out there that are of magic in nature, but more kind of like that super high, not necessarily high fantasy, but like not just small town magic, you know, something bigger happening. I think that's a really cool idea. Have you ever heard of an angel being a familiar? Because in a week I'm going to sign a contract with an angel as my familiar. Ooh, that's a big step. I have not heard of anything personally, mostly because angels typically don't have that much to benefit from being a familiar. Generally, the spirits that enter into contract with us are offering kind of a give and take. I've never known of that many angels who really have anything that they want from us. But, I mean, you do you. I mean, just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Just make sure that you are actually working with an angel, is the only thing I will say about that. Just in case, if you haven't already, maybe check, just so that you aren't being tricked into something. But I'm going to trust that you've already thought of this, because most people probably would have. Would you ever review witchy fiction the way you review witchy media? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I am currently working on, there's a book series I have here. This is it. Hang on, let me just reach for it. I'm currently working my way through this series. This is by Ryan Kerr, and this particular one is called Powdered Oak and Seven Metals, but I don't think this one is the first. Maybe it is. I've not had time to read in such a long time. I'm not sure if this one is, I'll have to check, but this is one of the series that I'm planning on doing a full kind of deep dive into and seeing like where the information has come from, like how you could apply things, because I do know that the author of this one is really interested in magical accuracy, and from what I've read so far, it is really accurate. So I'm hoping to do that with this one. So I definitely would be really open to doing it in the future. I know that some people have asked me about a discovery of witches, and I'm tempted to do the books and the TV series to see like which one is better on the magical accuracy front. I think that would be really cool, but I'd happily do it for other things as well if anyone has any ideas. Where was I? No, that was on the wrong chat. That was too far down. Let's see where I was in here. I'm not sure I said hello to you or thank you, but thank you so much, Hazel. I really appreciate it. I might have already said that. I'll be honest, my mind is mush tonight. I might have already said that. If I have not, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, here we go. I love your content. Oh, thank you so much. Secondly, I'm a Muslim witch from Turkey and I'm dealing with religious guilt in my practice. How can I overcome this? And thank you so much for answering. So I'm going to have to preface this by saying that I have not experienced it personally, and I know that many people within the community do, and it is really difficult to work around sometimes, so I feel for you, and I'm hoping other people in the chat will have got over this themselves perhaps and might be able to offer some additional insight. My shirt keeps annoying me. Stay, okay? So with this, I would say it's all about you being comfortable in your own space, with your own religion, with your own practice, because ultimately the only person who knows what is right for you is you. No one else knows what you feel most comfortable in. No one else knows what brings you joy in your own life and with your own religious beliefs. And so I would say, the best as you can, because I know it can be incredibly difficult, try to focus more on what brings you the most joy, what brings you the most peace within your own spirituality, rather than what other people or what your community might perceive you as. Because you are the most important person in your world. And while that might sound like a really selfish worldview, you can try and make other people happy from dawn to dusk every single day for your entire life. But if you are not happy, then it doesn't matter how happy everyone else is, you are still not happy. So I would say, do whatever makes you feel happiest and try to push out the potential opinions of other people to work towards your happiest state, because that's really what we're all after. We're all after our own joy and our own peace in this, and that is entirely unique. So I'm not sure if that massively helps you, but hopefully other people will perhaps have more insight in how to get over that specific aspect of religion, which often plagues people. I found I'll get a lot of comments about people asking about it, and I don't really know what to say because I've never personally experienced it. We've had a few comments about books. So Circle of Three by Isabel Bird. I'll write these down so that I don't lose them. And then what else have we got here? We have Discovery of Witches. Yeah, I get a lot of Discovery of Witches. Ooh, here we go. And the Witchcraft Mysteries is the closest to real practice that I've ever encountered. Interesting. Okay, so I'll write that one down as well. The Witchcraft Mysteries. I'll be honest, I have not had enough time to read anything. I've had people asking me for a quarterly book breakdown recently, and I have to keep saying to people, I've not read anything in months. I've not had the time, so I'm hoping that I can start getting round to adding more books into my life again. I have one witchcraft book on the go, just one, which is weird. Usually I have like 12. And I'm going to see if I can get back into reading, and maybe I need to add some more like fiction in there as well, just to bring me some sanity, I think. Because when you're just reading just hardcore research books all of the time, it is really tiring. Being someone who does not visualize, does this matter? My practice seems to work without it. Not really. So the thing is, what people think of as visualization is the ability to see mental images. It's daydreaming with a purpose, basically. So if you are able to daydream, then you are able to mentally visualize. But when people say that you need to visualize, like you need to see mental images, that's not really a requirement when it comes to visualization. So the whole purpose of visualization is to be able to perceive what you want to achieve. Like, it is being able to mentally create a world that you can then manifest. That doesn't have to be in mental pictures in here. That could be in artwork that you've created. That could be in a story that you've written. It could be a little paragraph about what it is that you want to manifest. It could be a piece of media that you create. It could be a piece of music that really deeply represents that for you, that allows you to further connect with your desired intention. It doesn't have to be a mental picture. It just has to be you creating a representation of what it is that you want to manifest. And of course, it is easier to do that if you are able to visually visualize, like see mental pictures inside your head. But not everyone is able to do that. So it's just about finding workarounds. I often recommend writing out goals on a piece of paper. Like the thing you want to manifest, go into detail about it, write everything down in as fine detail as you can, and then use that as your focal point rather than mental pictures if you aren't able to do that. Just before I go back up to where I was before, someone did ask about, is Psychic Witch an okay book if you aren't interested in like divining the future or anything like that? Psychic Witch is, it's honestly kind of a little bit of a confusing name for it, but it is energy work. So it is not fortune telling, tarot cards, or anything like that. It is the foundation of energy work within witchcraft. It's just the name kind of throws people off, I think. Okay, I'm gonna go back up to where I was, which was like here, I think. Do you have any tips on how to stay connected to witchcraft while being busy studying at university? I think my biggest tip is not even a tip about staying connected to your practice. It is mostly don't worry about disconnecting from your practice temporarily. University is exhausting, right? You're working really hard, you're distracted, you're constantly trying to find new friends and finish essays, and now I've got a dissertation, and oh, I've got this exam I need to do. And having that weight on you of thinking, oh, I've got to do a spell to be able to maintain my practice, oh, I've got to be reading this book, oh, I've got to do this ritual, is just an extra weight you don't need right now. And unless you actively need to do a spell or ritual, I wouldn't worry about constantly having to maintain your practice. If you're really busy, you're really busy. It doesn't make you less of a practitioner if you don't practice for the entire 3 years you're at university, and then you just add it in when you get back again. I wouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. If you do read any books, if you do any spells and rituals, that's a bonus. It is mostly just about getting yourself through university, and then you can pick it up again when you get back. Like, it's not going to have gone away when you get back. It will still be there if you aren't able to maintain that connection all the way through. If you do, just do little things here or there, watch YouTube videos, read a book or two. But as someone who's been there and done that, my practice basically died when I was at university because I just didn't have the time. And I think that's the way it is for a lot of people. Oh, here we go. I've put up very strong wards and cloaks around my home and myself for protections. They're too strong as they're blocking all people and blessings. Any advice on how to lessen but still keep them up? I would say with that, you are better off wording it very specifically. So I would word them or create them under the premise of to protect against harm. So anything that does not have your higher interests or your best interests at heart cannot enter. And that way you're still able to get in blessings, you're still able to get in spirits that want to work with you, you're still able to work with familiars and guides and servitors, but it's going to keep out anything that is malicious. So you might want to override your pre-existing wards with new ones on that basis and then take down the old ones. That way you aren't losing that protection, but you are making sure that you're still keeping everything out that you don't want. That's how I would do it anyway, and that's how I do all of my protections. Otherwise, I find it's just kind of like a void. Like you end up with just like this empty, hollow space because nothing can come and go. Right, where was I? I am not sure where I am. I don't know where I am. Oh no, and it's gonna jump. I know it's gonna jump. Okay, I'm gonna have to go from here and hope it doesn't jump too soon. I'm hoping to do my first spell soon. Any tips? Make sure you have your foundational practices down. That way you have got the best chance of success. It's the best tip that I can give. What's best for a beginner to work with, a demon or an angel? None of the above. It depends on what you're referring to as a beginner. Do you mean a beginner to spirit work or a beginner? Because if we're talking beginner, then neither. I would say if you're beginner, work on connecting with your energy, manipulating your energy, different visualization techniques, meditation, mind calming, these kind of things are more important than working with spirits. If you then want to work with spirits, I would probably say start smaller, something like plant allies, land wights. I mean, land wights can in themselves be quite vicious sometimes, but I think going for something straight away, such as a demon or an angel, especially if you aren't accustomed to working with spirits, can be a recipe for disaster. That's not me trying to scare you off from doing it, just that if you are not accustomed to working with spirits, it's a big jump going from nothing to potentially a higher demon that you aren't quite sure what to work with, or an angel who perhaps is a little bit more than you were anticipating. It can really kind of alarm us and kind of send us backwards. So even for a beginner at working with spirits, I would say start with something a little bit easier to connect with and then kind of work your way up. So I would say plant spirits are great because that you can touch them, you can interact with them, you can talk to them, you can work with them in dreams, these kind of things. They're much more tactile, touchy-feely than something like an angel or a demon. Okay, so this is kind of a similar question, but are there any basic spells that a baby witch should know and try? No. Not in my opinion. Other people might feel differently. If you are a very beginner witch, I would not recommend spells at all. I would recommend learning your meditation, your visualization, your centering, your grounding, your energy sensing, your energy work. Perhaps at most some protection work after you've done all of the above, because there's no generic spells that everyone will do and everyone will have success with, because if it's not something that you need, if it's not something that is going to benefit you, there would be no point in casting it anyway. The only thing I would say is after you've done all of the kind of foundational practices, that protection spells are very useful, they're quick to manifest, fairly easy to accomplish, and it just gives you that kind of trial and error of spell work. But beyond that, I would say stick to your energy work first. Any tips on how to interact with ancestors? I would say figure out who you want to work with. Do you want to work with the known dead or the unknown dead? The known dead being the people that you actually know, the unknown dead being people whose names and faces you have no idea about. These could be way back in history, these could be fairly close to you depending on what you know about your family tree. And then I would say setting up some kind of altar space for them is a really great way to start up communication, to have that place where they can commune with you and you can leave offerings. I do have a full video on setting up an ancestor altar, which might be useful if that's something you want to do, because it's way more in-depth than I'm going to be able to do on here. I keep having someone sitting on the bottom of my bed. I'm not sure if it's a loved one. Is there something I can do to protect my room? I used cleansing spray and I've done a candle protection spell. You've done quite a lot then in regards to very basic cleanses and protections. Did you have any, you don't have to answer this in the chat by the way, but did you have any kind of time limit on that protection candle? Because a protection candle spell is going to run out of energy fairly quickly because it is the fire that's powering that working. And once it's kind of gone through, literally burned through that energy, you're not going to have any protections up anymore. So for short-term protections, you can use something like my 3 rings of protection working. That's on my channel. You can adapt that as well. So the idea behind this is that you push your energy out into 3 consecutive rings that go from the ground all the way up to the ceiling, and they're capped off at the top and at the bottom, and they offer 3 consecutive rings of protection that stop spirits from being able to enter. An alternative way of doing this, which I do a lot, is that I send kind of almost like a bubble out from me that pushes any spirits and energies that I don't want around me out until the very edge of that bubble, and then I will make that bubble of energy go rock hard, like it's solid like stone, and then I'll do it again and again and again, and it kind of layers up that protection, and I will lock it in place. Usually I will link it to the sun, so when the sun comes up, that protection will drop, and that way I can do just one night protections as and when I need it. You can also have some kind of general protection working on that space, so you can have something on the door handle, so for instance like a Rowan charm, which I've got on my channel, or something like witch's bells that you can have on your door handle to stop things from coming in and out. It's also important to consider that it may be something that's within the room itself. If it's something that you've brought into the room, then you're going to need to figure out what that object is. So take anything out that you brought into that space like just before all of this started and see if it keeps happening. Then bring items in one at a time to try and rule out which object it is, and then go about doing a cleansing or a banishing on that object to remove that spirit and then protect afterwards. I do have a full video on why my house is haunted, which has that entire process laid out in full. So if you do want that information, it is all in that video. I know that was a lot for me to say in such a short amount of time, but it is quite a big topic. Okay, where was I? Do you have any experience with combining magic work with mundane arts or mundane work? I mean, that's my entire practice. For me, successful magic comes when I'm willing to put in the mundane general effort. If I want to achieve something quickly, I have to put the mundane work into it. And so all of my workings are cast alongside me actively working towards it. Otherwise, you're kind of just throwing energy out into the world and hoping that it will stick. Whereas if you're actually working towards it, it is far more likely that you can make it stick more. Now, some of these topics are way, way too big, that the questions I'm being asked, for me to be able to do it in a live stream. This is off tangent. Land wights are spirits of place. But the term land wight, as far as I know anyway, is a British term for a spirit of place. It will go by different things in different places, like genus loci and these kind of things. Some of the topics and some of the questions I'm being asked are just way too big for me to be able to answer. I could write a book on these subjects. So one of them is, how do you make an egregore or a servitor and how to work with them? Unfortunately, that's just way too big. It is, the briefest that I can possibly get with it is that you essentially condense energy and intention down into a spiritual form that you are then able to detach from your energetic body so they can work as a freestanding spirit. These may then be attached to a spirit vessel or other object that is then used as their home, and then you would work with them to achieve magical ends. That's about as brief as I can make a servitor in this. But I am currently in the process of writing an entire section on that. Actually, scrap that. I have finished the section on servitors. I just haven't got around to doing anything else with it yet. How can you make your spells more powerful? So obviously I say obviously, to me it's obvious, but energy. The more energy you put into your spells, the more powerful that they will be. So if you can put more energy into that working, whether that is by working with other people, whether that is working with some external force, this could be a spirit, this could be the moon, this could be some kind of cosmic event, it could be elements or elementals, it could be deities, ancestors. All of these work to add additional energy into that working to therefore make it more powerful. So that's probably the main way of making workings more powerful. Covens will often do large workings together for this exact reason. It does just make everything so powerful. But otherwise, it is just working with external factors, things that are going to add additional energy in where you maybe can't. Ooh. Oh, I knew it was going to jump. Ah, shit. Scroll, 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 scroll. And hope that I am not missing any. Oh. Oh, no. Okay, I think I was here? I think. Okay, this is part 1 of 2, but I cannot see number 2. Oh dear. I wonder if I can gain context from just part 1. I'll try. I recently learned from a guy that also practices witchcraft that before reading tarot I have to do a protection spell because it could mean I would open a portal. That is only part 1. I've got no idea where part 2 is, I'm afraid. I cannot see it. I wouldn't be too massively worried about that because unless you have like no protection at all in your space, therefore in theory anything could enter, but it's not particularly likely that that's going to happen. I wouldn't say that you necessarily need to do protections every single time, especially if you do have protections on your space. So for instance, I will never use a circle for my tarot. I have protections in my home that I will use. I also do not use protection spells when I'm doing readings outside of my home because I always am carrying protection. Therefore, it's not something I particularly need to worry about. It's obviously going to depend on your style of practice, what you work with, who you work with, because different paths are going to have different hazards associated with them. And so for some people, if they work really frequently with more negative spirits, then that might be something that you might want to look into. But otherwise, I don't think you'd need to worry that much. And I'm scrolling for part 2 and I cannot see it. I don't know where that's gone. It vanished into the ether. Okay. I tried. Let's see where I was. I was here. Did you read Utterly Wicked by Dorothy Morrison? If you did, what's your opinion of the book? It is a fairly standard book on more baneful magics. And I don't find that any spell book in that regard is 100% perfect, because I don't think any spell book can be 100% perfect. But it is pretty decent. It is pretty decent. What books would you recommend for those beginning fairy work? See, it all depends on how well versed you are in the fae anyway. My gut reaction is always to say something like Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, something like British Goblins, something like Fairy Legends, although these aren't necessarily going to be copy and paste for everywhere around the world, because obviously you are going to have slightly different fae folk in every different location. It does give you an idea of first and second hand encounters that people have had with the fae and how they might interact with you, because I find the biggest shock for people who've never worked with the fae before is how the fae behave. It isn't at all what they were expecting, and it can be quite jarring, it can be quite scary in cases. And so I find that if people have an understanding of how fae can encounter humans and how you might encounter them and how they might interact with you, it takes away some of that fear, and it gives you a little bit of ease when it comes to your practice. So those are 3 books that I really enjoy personally. When it comes to books on working with the fae, I am currently in the process of reading some. Gotta say that I don't find many to be great. Mostly because working with spirits is so individual. Everyone is going to be different. And so my style of working with the fae is going to be different than the next person's, and no one's is right. Like, there is no right or wrong with this. I mean, unless people are saying things that are blatantly going to get someone else in trouble, I don't think there's necessarily any strict rights or wrongs. It's about kind of carving your own path, which is why I think learning about the behavior of the fae beforehand is so useful, because it means that you know what to expect. Right, where was I? I was here-ish. Ooh. Okay, it's all about sigils. I like sigils, very much so. How do I charge a sigil? Do I need to forget about it? All of that stuff, because there's lots of confusing information. So when it comes to sigils, it's important to remember that there are lots of different styles of practice. No one style is better than the other. So the technique that you're referring to with the forgetting them is a part of chaos magic. So it isn't something everyone practices, and it isn't something everyone can or will do. It can be incredibly effective, but it doesn't need to be a requirement for undertaking sigils. So sigils can be charged in 2 different ways. I do have 2 videos on sigils on my channel, which may be useful. They're going to go into this way in more depth than I will be able to here. But the first technique is creation with energy. So these are the kind of sigils where you would draw them on yourself. You would draw them on your Book of Shadows if you want to protect your Book of Shadows. If you want more confidence or good luck at work, you would draw a sigil on yourself, and you would charge them as you are creating them. So as you're drawing that sigil, you are adding your energy into it. It will then utilize that energy until that energy is gone, and then that sigil will be completely void and it will no longer function. So that's technique number 1. Technique number 2 is to charge that sigil by destroying that sigil. So probably the most popular answer for this, or option, would be to write it on a piece of paper, set fire to it, safely as always, and by destroying that sigil, that powerful destruction is what charges it with energy, and then that sigil is then going, and it will go until it runs out of the energy that was added into it when it was created, until that energy is gone, and then that sigil will cease to work. So those are the 2 main ways of charging a sigil. There's different techniques for destruction, so you can dissolve it in water, you can flush it down the toilet, as long as it is made of like tissue paper. And if you want to get rid of things in your life, then you can do it on some tissue, like toilet paper, and flush it down the toilet. It's a great way of doing it. You can add some extra things on there if you really want to. I'm not going to elaborate on that, but I'm sure you know what I mean. And so water is an option. You can also bury them. That's another option. You can rip them up. You can stick them through a shredder. You can stick them in a coffee grinder that you use for witchcraft. All these kind of things are options for destruction. The option that you choose is going to depend on the type of technique that you are using. So that is the 2 techniques for destroying them. Some people will create a sigil and then forget about it. Other people will not. Like if you've got it written on yourself or on your Book of Shadows, what you really want is to remember it so that you can keep charging it. Otherwise, that tattoo sigil that someone got is going to be pretty void of energy really quickly, because unless you keep charging it, it is just a symbol. And that is all. So in that regard, you would want to repeatedly remember that sigil so you can charge it. And this is where the confusion comes in, because the chaos magic technique for creating sigils is not the only technique for creating sigils. There's so many out there. It's just going to depend on your technique. Do whatever feels right for you. Try different things, see what works, and go from there. Ooh, I have a birthday twin. I like finding birthday twins. Oh, I'm kind of confused with the concept of spirit guides. Can everyone have them? Can they be ancestors? So spirit guides are kind of a generic term for different spirits that exist in our lives that can help us, teach us things, and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to very much depend on tradition, religion, culture, background, all of these things as to who your spirit guides might be. And they can be servitors, they can be ancestors, they can be deities, they can be spirits of land, spirits of place, specific cultural figures within your specific tradition and culture. And it's going to depend entirely on the individual. Usually people will at least have ancestors that have passed over recently, so people who cared for them in life will often care for them in death as well. And it kind of goes like that. Usually people will have someone. It might not even be someone or something they know. It can sometimes be something completely different. It might be a person that has never met you in life, but they want to help you in death. And so it's going to vary very much person to person, but typically people will have at least someone or something, and it can be ancestors. What is the best alternative to burning bay leaves, sage, etc.? I live in student dormitory and can't burn anything. So ultimately it's going to depend on what it is that you are using them for. If we're talking as an incense, then you can use, oftentimes they allow you to use like electric wax melters that don't use a flame. My student accommodation allowed those. Or You can use like fragrance depositors that, you know, spray stuff into the air. You can use like small like diffusers, like the Carve essential oil diffusers, if you wanted to add that energy into that space and that fragrance. In terms of other things, if you want something for cleansing, you can use cleansing sprays, you can use sound cleansing, you can use energy cleansing. There's lots of videos on YouTube that are like a specific hertz that you can use for cleansing, so that's an option as well. If you want something as an alternative for candles, it's going to depend on what you're using them for. So if you're using them for the fire element, I would work with something different, maybe like a stone such as lava rock is a good alternative for the fire element. If you want to work with them as a symbol, then you can always use electric candles, you know, ones with like little flickery moving flames that aren't actually fire, then that's a good option, but it's going to vary very much depending on the reasons for it. If you want more alternatives to smoke for cleansing, I have an entire video that is called, I think it's called Smoke-Free House Cleansing. That's an option for if you can't burn anything for cleansing at all. I have a Labradorite pendulum that works so well for me. I noticed the end had broken. What am I best to do? Keep using it or retire it? I would just keep using it. If it's continuing to work as it was before, I don't think it's necessary to do anything with it. I think people are a bit too, this might be a really unpopular opinion, but I think people are too extra when it comes to the whole, if something is even slightly damaged, it's a sign that it shouldn't be used anymore. Because the reality is that when we're using things on a daily, weekly, or even monthly basis, if we're using them regularly, things are going to get damaged. Of course, it's one thing if something inexplicably just explodes for no reason, but if it's just the end chipping off a pendulum, that could just be where it was sitting. It could just be where it was being stored. You might have knocked it against something. I wouldn't necessarily take that as being anything negative that you need to worry about or retire it or anything. I would just keep using it until it lets you know that it doesn't want to be worked with anymore. Do you charge the clear quartz you use for headaches before using it, or do you just use a cleansed one? I just used a cleansed one. I never do anything extra with it. Just I get it out of my little tub. I have one that I use in particular that I really like. I will just give it a quick cleanse and then I will just use that straight away. I won't bother charging it for that. And then when it's done, I will then cleanse it again and then put it away. Oh, I did not see this. I'm so sorry. I really hope I can get your name right. La Coquinadera. I definitely butchered that. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. And you're from Switzerland. That's really cool. I think you might be the only person today that is from Switzerland that has said something. So that's really cool. Right, where was I? Oh, here we go. Wondering if you think it would be a good idea to create a servitor to protect and or support another person in difficult situations. So this one is one that is a little harder to answer, mostly because it depends on circumstances. So the risk that you will have is that if someone has guides that are protecting them and they perceive another spirit entering their space as being a potential threat, then they will directly block, destroy, or return that servitor. And so generally, if we're wanting to utilize a servitor, we have to bear in mind that that servitor is going to have to be in their space long term. And that might lead to some strange things happening. So they might find that things start moving. They hear noises, sounds, they get smells. They see things out of the corner of the eye. That might really freak someone out if they aren't expecting it. So I'd say if you're going to do something to support someone, I would do something that doesn't involve a spirit if they aren't expecting that spirit to be around. Otherwise, you can really spook people. I know of several people who've had servitors in their home and then guests have come over. And because the guests haven't been told that there's a spirit in the house, because not everyone is aware that that's a thing that can happen, they start seeing things, having things like bump into them, and it can really freak people out. So I'd say just bear that in mind in case it's going to scare them. Are there something is there something like contracts in witchcraft, as in making a deal of doing something, such as fasting, in order to receive a desired outcome or wish? If so, what happens if you break the contract? Ooh, this is an interesting one. So there's a few different kinds of contract that you might experience in witchcraft. So I think it's really important for me to say now that one of them is not signing your soul to the devil. I get that question a lot. Unless someone specifically wants to work with a devil type figure. Important to remember here that the Christian devil is largely based off pre-existing deities and spirits that actually have nothing to do with all of the evil stuff that they say that the devil is associated with. They're usually spirits that are just doing their own thing, minding their own business, but they looked a certain way and therefore were scary, even though they actually weren't scary. So deal with the devil is not something that anyone has to participate in, but you can make deals with specific deities and spirits for their aid. And often these deals or contracts are a back and forth situation. So you would offer something to them in return for them helping you. And so it could be that you would give them offerings. It could be that you say that a lot of the things that you will see actually, especially in like online spheres of witchcraft, is that people will say that they will tell other people about a certain spirit. And so that you'll go onto like witchcraft forums and there'll be like hundreds of people just spouting about this particular spirit that they worked with, and the reason is it's because that is what they've agreed to give in return for specific help. So this doesn't have to be something super intense. It can just be you are my deity, for instance. So in my case that would be something like Bridget, and I would work with Bridget under the premise that I will light a candle for her every single day for 7 days, and it's just like a little tea light candle. And by carrying this out, I am essentially showing that I am willing to work for my goal. I am not wanting something for nothing. I am willing to participate in this manifestation, and therefore I get a magical response in return if I fulfill that requirement of burning a candle for 7 days. So it's going to be different spirits, different deities are going to request different things, but that is something that a lot of people will do. If you break one of these agreements, what happens will depend on the deity or spirit that you're working with. So if, for instance, I were to break my agreement with Bridget, all that would happen is I'd probably get a bit of a telling off and my working wouldn't manifest. And that would basically be it. In other cases, you might find that the spirits will not be so nice depending on who it is that you're working with and whether you have a repertoire with them already. If you have shown multiple times that you are not going to hold up your end of the bargain, then the outcome might be a little bit more severe. But generally speaking, it will simply be that that working won't manifest. Because if you cannot prove that you are willing to hold up what you agreed to, then why should they hold up to what they agreed to? These are usually short-term agreements. They are usually, I will do this if you do this. Or if you help me with this, then I will do this for you in return. And it lasts for the amount of time it takes for you to finish the thing and for them to finish the thing, and then that agreement is over. The other one is you will sometimes have agreements with or contracts with familiars. So familiar spirits are spirits that will enter into a contract with you to work alongside you and with you in spellwork and ritual. It is a symbiotic relationship. You're both getting something out of it. And in those contracts, typically it will involve you giving some kind of energy or food source, potentially protection and shelter for that spirit. And then in return, that spirit will then offer you aid when it comes to your spellwork and ritual, gaining information, all of this kind of stuff. And if one of you breaks that contract, the contract is voided and everyone is separated from one another. So if the servitor or familiar breaks that contract, or if you break the contract, then that contract is basically done with. You go your separate ways and you can do whatever you want after that point. So those are typically the most common kind of contracts or agreements that you're going to find in witchcraft, but obviously different traditions will have slightly different varieties. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Shane. I'm trying really hard not to swear. Holy poop. Wow, thank you so much. You're always such a dedicated follower of these streams, and genuinely it means a lot to me that you're here so often. Like, your smile literally lights up the stream every time because I can always see your little profile picture. So thank you so much for having faith in me and wanting to support me more than that, because that just, Wow, that just means the world to me. So thank you so, so much. And I hope you're having a good day, and I hope you enjoyed the blue moon last night and tonight. Yes, this is a really good way of putting it. Crystal Cedar has said, witchcraft is a lot about basic reciprocation. You have to know how to give instead of what you can take. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. It is about that kind of, that balance. It's not just, and we see this a lot, especially with beginners, not all beginners, but with some beginners, you do have the idea of take, what can I manifest, what can I achieve, who can I use to achieve my ends? And when it comes to working with spirits and deities, you do have to have that reciprocation. You have to be willing to give, because selfishness achieves nothing when it comes to working with spirits and deities. If anything, you're just going to annoy the hell out of them. Right, I'll be honest, I don't really know where I was. I think I was about here. Do you know anything about Jinn, and could you tell me some facts about them? So I don't know massive amounts about them because they are not a part of my tradition, and as far as I'm aware, unless they are specifically summoned, they are not found in my region at all. They are, as far as I'm aware, what we would probably better know as genies. And they are, as far as I know, rather tricky and potentially hazardous spirits to work with. So I would say if you do want to kind of start learning a little bit more, to hopefully be able to find someone who has experience working with them personally, because I am clueless in that regard. I only know what has been told to me by others, and that is honestly not that much at all. Right. Where was I? What should I do with salt after a spell? So, generally speaking, I always deal with salt in the same way because it is a destroyer of lots of things, including vegetation. If you were to dump salt outside, for instance, it will kill the earth and it stops you from growing anything. So I always take my salt, and sometimes for different rituals, I will gather it all together. And then I will take some hot water, I'll put it in like a mug or a bowl or something, and I will dissolve it in some hot water, and then I will tip it down the drain, make sure I'm running lots of fresh water behind it, just to make sure that it gets washed away, because that way it will be processed by the suitable people, and it won't just go in and potentially destroy the land of your home, or destroy wherever your rubbish is put, which is a sad reality of rubbish, is that it does just get dumped somewhere else. So, yeah, that's how I do it, just to make sure that I know that it is all dissolved and it's all safely put away. Ooh, I've collected tornado water, thunderstorm water, hail, storm water, and flood water. Would it bolster their power to put them out under the blue moon? It's been rough around here lately. Yeah, I'd say it probably would. Obviously, it's going to depend on specific things. So if you want, for instance, to wash something away, I wouldn't necessarily put it out during the blue moon, because that's all about kind of that manifestation, that attraction, that abundance. But if you do want to add in all those positive intentions, then that is something you can do. I have problems with astral projection and astral travel. Do you have advice that could help? Try not to put too much pressure on yourself is probably the first one, mostly because people who are trying often find that they try so hard that they get themselves stuck in the process. And I know it gets tedious for anyone who's been on the live streams for a few months or even years, is to collect your dreams, write in a dream journal, because you may well find that you are astral projecting without even realizing that you're astral projecting. Sometimes it will just feel like an incredibly vivid dream, and it will feel different, but not perhaps different enough for you to think anything of it. But when you look back at it and compare it to other dreams, you're like, oh wow, that was incredibly different now that I'm looking at it from a different perspective. So I find that keeping a dream journal is really useful, because often people will start astral projecting when they're kind of in that half asleep state, and they won't realize it because as soon as they finish astral projecting, they'll fall asleep properly, and then when they wake up in the morning, they simply don't remember any of it. So training ourselves to remember everything is really useful. Right, where was I? Here we go. Symbols in painting or drawings in the air for house protection or wearing jewellery will carry the same amount of energy, or will it differ? Thanks in advance. I personally would say that it will differ because, for instance, symbols that are drawn in the air will only have the amount of energy that you have put into them in that moment. So it is not going to be super long term. It's something you're going to have to add to every few weeks, every week, maybe even every few days to get that consistent energy. Whereas for protective jewelry, it's something that you can charge. It will hold energy for longer, and then you can recharge it again every month or so. Ideally, when it comes to house protection, you want to be able to link it to something that can power it long term, or you're going to want something that's going to hold more energy. So you might want an object that you place around the edge of your home, for instance, that's going to hold energy that you put into it, so that then you can recharge the objects every month or so, rather than having to redo just drawn symbols every few days to a week. I find that just having that physical object is easier to put energy into long term than something that is just a non-visible symbol in the air, for instance. Are corn dolls a part of Mabon? They definitely can be. For most of these kind of harvest festivals, then I would say a corn doll is a pretty good thing to do. I know that they're really popular at Lammas, which sadly I missed this year. Lammas, Mabon, and they can still be used at Samhain, but more like Lammas and Mabon, and then they can often be kept or recreated for Imbolg next year. Where's your new sign? My new Hearthwitch sign is sitting just up there. I haven't been able to put it on a wall yet, but it's there in the background. It's just not super visible. Your third eye is open if you can see anything in your mind. See, a lot of people can see things in their mind without having their third eye be open. And a lot of people, even when they're part of the community, don't want their third eye to be open all the time. To be able to see things in your mind's eye is just the ability to imagine. It's just imagination. So like if you're reading a book and you can see the story in your head like a movie, that doesn't necessarily mean that your third eye is open. That just means that you're able to imagine. It's just creative imagination. So having that third eye be open, as far as I'm aware anyway, is more than just being able to visualize things as images. It's about perceiving the world itself differently, being able to see things that you would not normally be able to see if your third eye wasn't open. Any advice on how to learn runes? The few I found are all images lessons, which doesn't help. So the best thing I can say about the runes is draw one every single day. Just draw one, look up its meaning. Draw another one the next day, look up its meaning. And you might find that you will get multiple runes come out in the same week that are the same. And then if you've got it once, try to remember what its meaning was from the first time. Any information that you can pull out of your brain about that rune that you've seen twice, and then check in the book or check online to see if it matches. And that way you're kind of building up this muscle memory of what each rune means, how you can recognize the symbols. I mean, some of them are very visual. So like their image is very evocative of what they mean, which I find to be really useful. Otherwise, it's almost like a card a day in tarot. It's a similar technique where you try and draw out that information from that rune without looking at the book, and then look it up and try to commit it to memory and then repeat. And it takes time. It's definitely not a quick process, but I personally think it's more long-lasting to do it that way than to attempt to just memorize them and hope for the best all in one sitting, because that tends to not stick. There's just too much information all in one go. Is it true that it's not safe to look fae folk in the eye? I have a drawing I did that a spirit lives in. I always connect with the eyes in the picture. I keep it in a box. I've got to say, I've never heard of that one. I'd love to know the kind of history of that. I would say if it is the case, it would be perhaps specific members of the Fae, because you have different groups that fall within the Fae. So you have higher Fae and lower Fae. Lower Fae are not necessarily as powerful. They can be equally as powerful. It's just that they live in a slightly different way. So you have the higher Fae would be the court Fae. So you would have the seelie and unseelie courts. They would be the courted or higher Fae. And then you have the more independent individual Fae that are considered the lesser Fae, even though they aren't lesser in any way, shape or form. They're just as powerful. It's just they don't live in courts, and they are often more free roaming in where they live. And I would say that different Fae are very different from one another. So I've encountered multiple different varieties of Fae that react, interact, appear, behave incredibly differently from one another. So we might be finding that some Fae don't like it when you look straight at them, and other Fae probably won't mind. So I think it's going to be a very individual thing. With those that I have encountered, I have not really noticed that at all, but that may well just be the Fae that I have encountered, and it might not apply to every one of them. Is it okay to work with spirits for baby witches? So if you are a beginner, I would say if you're going to work with spirits, work with them cautiously. Make sure you know what you are getting into, and do not necessarily jump into it because you feel as though it's something you have to do, because that is one of the fastest ways to have issues. It is not an obligation that you have to work with the Fae. So just make sure that you aren't getting yourself into a pickle that you would not necessarily need to get into. Just make sure you know what you're getting into, know what you're working with. And then as long as you're staying safe, I don't see any reason why beginner witches cannot interact and work with spirits. Same with everything, just make sure that you're being safe. Okay, here we go. I make inks / paint with magical intentions. I'd like to do a painting that's actually a protective sigil and hang it by the front door. Being that it will be out in the open, will it be effective? I would say it would be. The only danger, it's not really even a danger, but the only hazard you might have with it is if that ink or paint begins to run away. As it dissolves or as it runs away, the effectiveness will go with it. So it might be something that you just want to keep nice and protected, perhaps inside a frame or something with a glass front, just something that will protect it a little bit more than it just being out in the open, so that the rain essentially won't just wash it away. Oh, I'm having a real thing today with sneezing. My nose is like, you need to sneeze, and then 5 seconds later it's like, no you don't. I can't tell. Okay, anyway. Are there any other ways to repurpose incense ash besides making black salt? Honestly, I don't bother. Really. For me, it is a byproduct of burning incense, and so sometimes I'll add it into black salt. If I have way too much of it though, is the honest answer. I will use those coffin incense burners till the ash is so far up the incense burner that the incense is like resting on the ash basically, and at that point I'm like, it's gotta go. I do not have the space for it. It's gotta go. And so I will just bin it, because at that point there's not too much you can do with it, especially if you've used them in spells and rituals. You get to the point where it's got that intention added into it, and sometimes I just want that gone. Itchy nose. Oh, I hate it. I just want to be able to sneeze. I either want to sneeze or not sneeze. I'm in this weird in-between. Okay. I keep feeling like I've got lipstick on my teeth. I'm hoping that I don't, otherwise this is going to be a very, very embarrassing playback. How do you work with fairies? They are spirits like any other, so you would connect with them, learn about them, spend time with them, give them offerings, and in return they may give you information, insight, knowledge. They may help connect you to other fae and other spirits that may aid you in your spellwork and ritual. It's essentially the same as connecting with any other kind of spirit. Each spirit just has its own different rules, restrictions, techniques for connecting with them. What can I do with rocks found at the beach? I'm no sea witch, I don't live near water, but I was wondering what I could do with them. So one option, I squeak forwards on this chair, is to use them as elemental representations. So then not only can they be elemental representations, but they can also be representations of directions. So for instance, I find that when I'm doing rituals, I like to work with the quarters. I like to work with the compass directions. And sometimes it's really hard for me to remember mid-ritual which way is which. And so you can write on stones, you can paint them really intricately, or you can just write on them with just like a Sharpie or something, the directions, like north, south, east, and west, and then you can go on your compass and find it, and then you can place it at the edge of that circle as a way of showing you where the directions are, so you don't have to keep checking. You can use them as elemental representations by drawing the symbol of each element on top of them, and then using them as placements in a circle. You can use them to mark out the edge of magic circles so that you can easily find them. Lots of options there. You can use them as spirit vessels, as kind of weights for outdoor spellwork and ritual. It's just about getting creative with them, especially if you don't want to work with them in the context of sea witchcraft. Right, where was I? What are your views on baneful magic? I have nothing against it personally. Some people don't like that very much, I don't think. But I work a twofold path because of the tradition that I follow. And because of that, I am able to curse and I am able to cure. It does not necessarily mean that I do one or both of those things, but it means that I study how to do both. And that is just the way my practice is, and that's the way a lot of practices are around the world. It really is just a small fraction of people who only follow one or the other. Most people have a twofold path to their practice where they learn both, they might use both, or they might just understand it so that if they need to defend against it, they have the ability to do so. I personally am not in any position to judge anyone for anyone's practice, and so as long as they are keeping themselves safe as best as they can, then that's all I can hope for, really. Right. I don't know where I was again. Oh no. Okay, can clouds be used for divination? If so, how? Yeah, it's essentially a kind of scrying technique. So when we were kids and we were lying in the grass or wherever it was, looking up at the clouds and trying to pick out different images, pictures, animals, these kind of things, and everyone would get a different answer, that is a form of scrying. And it taps into a part of us that wants to see images and things. So it is why when you look at like a ceiling tile in class, for instance, you might see a face in it. Our brains love picking out recognizable faces and items, objects, animals in nonsense, basically. But we can use this to our advantage because it allows us to look at something that has no real form or shape, and we can apply shape to it with meaning based off our subconscious mind. So if 3 people look up at a cloud, and each of them is going to see something slightly different, and that's because of how we are primed based off our subconscious, based off our life, our experiences, what's happened that day. And so we can use it to kind of draw out our subconscious self that we aren't always sure is there. We aren't always in communication with it directly. And we can use the clouds in that way, just as we would use smoke, just as you can do looking into a candle flame or looking into a fire or looking into water. Similar technique, just in a slightly different form. Right, where was I? I was... Oh, goodness. It jumped again when I looked away, and now I don't know where I was. Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to go... This is more of a statement than a question, but I still feel like I want to touch on it. I want to be considered as a witch, but I don't want to be considered bad. The reality is that we cannot escape the stigma that has been placed upon us by others who do not understand our practice. We cannot convince people to change long-standing opinions if they aren't willing to learn the reality of what we do. And you are never going to change those people's opinions, because if they are unwilling to learn and they are determined to stay in ignorance, it is the equivalent of talking to a brick wall, right? So as nice as it would be to say that witches are considered good, for a lot of people in a lot of places, that is not the case. And it is not something that we have been able to shake. And so we can call ourselves witches, but we do have to accept that it is a reclamation of a term that has been used in a very derogatory way and has been used to cause a lot of harm to completely innocent people. And we have to remember that as we take it on. It isn't something that we can just ignore or forget. It is something that we have to carry with us as we work to better the understanding of the practice of witchcraft and try to remove some of that stigma and fear that is around it. So anyone who takes the name witch does have a sense of, I don't know how best to describe it, but you are going to have people who think that you are bad, or that think that you are weird, or think that you are strange. In some areas, you're going to have people who think that you are evil, but the importance is that you know who you are, you know what your practice is, you know what it entails, and you also know what it doesn't entail, and we can only control the way we respond to things. We cannot control how everyone else responds to them. So it is just something that we have to take into account. All of this stuff is going to have possibly a visceral reaction for other people, and we can't control their reaction to something. We can only control what we do, what we say, how we behave, how we act, and how we practice. And it is just something that comes with the title, unfortunately. If you have not practiced witchcraft, do you lose your abilities you started creating? To a degree, you will learn some of the skills that you have been mastering. So it's a little bit like learning to play the guitar, for instance. If you practice every single day, you're going to get really good at it. You know, if you really try, you're going to get good at it. But if you put that guitar down and you don't pick it up for 3 years, you'll have remembered a lot of the theory, probably, and you'll remember some of the practical aspect of it. But some of that finer detail, the stuff that you worked really hard to master, that took you ages to learn the first time, is probably going to be lost. That doesn't mean that you can't learn it again. It's just something that you're going to need to put the time and effort into again to really master. And that's why witches never, ever stop learning. Because we're always going back to our beginner practices. We're always going back over our energy manipulation and tweaking things and changing things, because even just a break of a few weeks can mean that some things are not quite as easy as they were before, but it is not all is lost. It's just that some things need a little bit of extra work just to get back to the way they were before. I don't know where I was. Any witchy tips or ideas for beginning the process of sending query letters to agents to get a book published? I wish. I don't even have the nerve to do that. Sometimes I wish people would just come to me. That would make it so much easier, because that's scary. So I am proud that you're even considering it, because that is honestly a scary step to take, and I'm not even brave enough to do it. Will a deity be offended if I don't heed their call? I don't want to work with a deity, but I got a reading and was told that Freya was interested in me. Well, if you haven't had any interaction in your own life besides the reading, I wouldn't be too concerned about them being offended. You can just verbally say that you are not particularly wanting to work with deities at the minute and that you appreciate the interest, but at the moment it's not something that you want to do. Just be nice about it, and generally they will be fair and nice back to you again. That's typically how it works. If you're nice to them, they are nice back to you again. And then, how would you know if a deity is reaching out to you? So usually this will come in the form of signs. So it might be that you have dreams with particular animals, a particular person will continuously come up to talk to you. Something might be said on repeat in dreams, like one after another, the same phrase will come up, or the same animal will be seen. In your day-to-day life, you might see the names appearing everywhere. Not on social media though, because it's important to remember that the algorithm is set up that the longer you look at something for, the more likely it is to come up again. The number of people who've said to me that they got signs on TikTok about a specific deity is actually amazing, but usually what happens is that if they're already interested in Aphrodite, for example, they'll look at a TikTok reel or whatever they're called, about Aphrodite, and then the algorithm will go, oh, you must like this type of reel, we'll show you more. And so a lot of beginner witches will then see that it's a sign, when actually it's just the algorithm. When I mean like seeing it in day-to-day life, I mean like you'll see an animal that you would not normally see. It is not something that you would normally see in your location or at that time of day, and you will then start seeing them on your drive to work or your walk to work. You'll see it in pictures, on posters, in magazines. You'll see it on TV. Other people will talk about them. Other people will show you photos of them. These things that keep cropping up time and time again. You might also have names coming through to you, smells, all these kind of things could be a sign. It's important though to not take everything as being a sign straight away, because sometimes it can just be something completely mundane. What is your view of Lilith? I think Lilith is a really powerful, really beautiful deity to work with. I've not worked with her personally, but wow. I wouldn't necessarily class her as a dark deity in a negative sense. So there's quite a few deities that are considered dark deities. These would include things like Hecate, Ceridwen, Lilith. Who else do we have as a dark deity? My brain has gone too mush. But there's quite a few out there who are considered dark deities. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are malicious or harmful or scary. It is more just that who they are and how they archetype, like what their archetype is perceived as being perhaps a not as nice part of life. So often death deities are considered dark deities, but they themselves are not malicious or harmful or scary in any way. It's just that what they preside over is possibly darker in nature than, for instance, like Aphrodite, for instance. So I'd say in that regard, I wouldn't be too concerned. I'd say voice your concerns. Say that you are interested in learning more. You are interested in seeing if their energy works well with you, but come at it from the perspective of you don't have to dive straight into it. If you don't feel comfortable, you can say so, and you can say that you don't think that right this minute it's right for you, and you can go from there. Well, I feel like today's phrase is, where was I? I don't know where I was. Where was I? Do you use runes for protection or other personal reasons? So runes were the first form of divination that I used and still do use on occasion. I still enjoy working with them, and I will use runes and bind runes in Spellwork and Ritual depending on what I'm specifically called to use. Mostly because it's how I started my practice. I really enjoyed working with runes, and so I still will occasionally add those in. I love your quarterly book reviews. I hope you're still doing these, as I haven't seen one in a while. Yeah, I am still doing them. I just haven't read a book in 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. I'm pretty certain I said I haven't read a book in 3 months like 2 months ago. So I think I'm working on like month 5 of having not read a book. You know when you're just in one of those headspaces where you're just in a perpetual cycle? So you work because you have to get work done. And then you try to relax and read a book, but your brain tells you that you need to work. So you neither relax nor work, and you achieve nothing. That's where I'm at right now. I'm in that kind of perpetual, I can't actually relax properly, I just need to work kind of a phase. So I'm hoping that I can get back into the headspace again soon, because I have a few books that I would like to talk about that I didn't have enough to put into a book breakdown, like a quarterly book breakdown last time, so I need to add them in with a few more things, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I asked my pendulum to show me a yes and show me a no, but when I ask personal questions, it always answers opposite. Answers from others, it always is spot on. It might be that it doesn't want to give you an answer. Now, this could be for multiple reasons. It could be because it thinks that you shouldn't know the answer right now. It could be that it doesn't know the answer right now, or you might just have a stubborn pendulum that likes giving answers for other people but just doesn't like giving them for you. I've had it. I've had pendulums that do that. They're like, oh, personal question, not gonna happen. But if it's a personal question for someone else, oh yeah, sure, it'll do it then. So I find I have different deities for different deities, different pendulums for different things. I've spoken about deity so much today, I've got it in my brain. I have no idea how many times I've said it today. Well, I'm getting quite a few questions about like sending me, like contacting me directly. I have a website, mostly for like company contact and stuff, but it is linked in the description box, I believe, where you can send me an email directly. I'm very slow at responding. I will say that in advance. I'm terrible for it. But that is usually in the description box. Let me just check what it is. You would think that I would know my own website, but I don't go on it very much. hearthwitch.co.uk, and there is a contact form on that you can use if you want to send me a direct message. I guarantee I will not get back to you quickly because I'm really, really bad at responding, but it is there if you do want to contact me about anything. It's also there for like businesses and stuff to contact me and that kind of stuff. That's mostly why I've got it, but it is an option if Instagram is not something that you want to use. I've lost where I am again. Oh, how would you even find a coven? I want to try it and see if I like it or if it's not really for me. So when we're working to find a coven, ideally you want something that's really local to you. So I used to recommend a very specific website for it, and unfortunately that website is now gone, which is a real loss to the community. It was called Witchvox, and it was great because you could find covens all over the world. Now it's gone, so we have to do things slightly differently. So Facebook is a great way to find different moots that are in your area. Moot spelt M-O-O-T. They are essentially gatherings, usually of pagans at pubs and stuff, where they have like talks and get-togethers and stuff. So that could be an option. They often have covens that go to the moot, so it's a good way of kind of opening doors. Local mind, body and spirit shows, they're also known as mind, body and soul, holistic events or MBS shows. These will often have covens attending, and you may find that the people who are working the stalls will have connections with different covens and different groups that you can work with. You also have Facebook groups for just covens that you can inquire into, but probably my favourite way of connecting with covens, and the most authentic is maybe the wrong word, but the most old school would be to go into a local occult shop. Witchcraft shops, occult shops usually have close connections with the covens in their area, and so they may be able to tell you whether a coven is open for any new members. Generally though, covens are very close-knit. They are not necessarily going to advertise themselves, so it's worth getting to know the witches in your local area to see if there's anything like that around. And sometimes you may find that all of the covens are just like close friends, in which case it is really hard to join. So it's a really tricky one, especially if you're after a secular coven rather than, say, a Wiccan coven. It is a little bit harder, but local occult shops, if you have one, are a good option. Right. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, see, this one, there is no real good answer for this, but you mentioned land wights. Could you recommend how I research these beings, books, practitioners to look into, etc.? I'm in the UK. The problem with land wights is that they are incredibly unique to everywhere you go. So an example for this is where my parents lived. Growing up, there was a woodland. And in that woodland was a specific land wight. And that land wight was only within one portion of this entire area. Just one section at the top of this big hill. That's where the land wight was. And everywhere else were different land wights. And there's no real one book on the subject that I would ever be able to recommend, because they are so unique to place and they're very, very different depending on where you go. So I'd say the best way to learn about them is to interact with them, connect with them, sit with them, be present in natural spaces, and just be open to observing and feeling the world around you and see what comes out, because you will find that a land wight in one location is going to be incredibly different from the next. I am not entirely sure what this is about, so I'm going to ask for elaboration because I'm confused. This says, do you have contact information for possible bookings? I'm in the US. I don't know what you're planning on booking. You might have information about this that I don't. It's basically what I'm saying, because I'm not sure what this one's about. Where was I? I've got to that point in the evening where like sitting still is difficult. Oh no. Oh, have you ever connected with a tree to find out it really doesn't like you? I love that the fact that this question probably has some like real intense like personal experiences with it, which I'm sorry for laughing, but I love trees for this exact reason, because they can be so sassy. You can spend like 2 weeks trying to build a connection with the tree, and then as soon as you break through and you have that connection, they'll just go, not you. And I'm like, okay, fine. There's definitely some trees that I have a better connection with than others, and individual trees will also have this very strong, nope, not today kind of energy to them, where they're like, I don't like you, leave. And I get that a lot with conifers, any kind of coniferous tree. When I was a kid, I used to say carnivorous, like trees that used to eat people. That's what I used to say, and I'm so scared that as an adult I'm going to start calling them carnivorous trees. But I have a very strong reaction with coniferous trees, where they really don't seem to like me very much. I don't know really what it is. Even when I was a kid, I never had good luck with any kind of conifer. Deciduous trees, great, lovely, wonderful. Conifers, not gonna happen. And I think some people just have an energy that they maybe just don't like, where different people are gonna connect with different things in different ways. And some trees are just not gonna like you. It happens. And what's even more infuriating is when like you've taken all of this time to like form a connection with them, and then at the end of all of that time they're like, no, you wasted your time. And it's like, oh, couldn't you have told me? Couldn't you have told me like 2 weeks ago that you didn't want to work with me? Why are you telling me this now? So yes, trees can very much be like that. Have you ever experienced feeling like a spell is somewhat successful, but divination after it says it's not? I wasn't feeling super confident about it, so I started over. My thing is that I don't check in with it afterwards, because it's not bad that you do, as long as you are not self-sabotaging that working. So if afterwards you're thinking, oh God, I don't know if that worked really well, I'm worried about this, what do I do, and then you do a reading, and then that reading comes back negative, and so it ends up failing that entire working. But what can happen is that sometimes there's something blocking that spell from fully manifesting, and so that might be a sign that there's something there that you need to unblock first. So it might be that there is a particular person that is stopping you from progressing past a certain point, so that working will partially work and then it will just stall. Basically, it'll just pitter out into nothing and you're left feeling really confused. So what I will say in this is, if you have a spell that feels like it's kind of working and then all of a sudden it isn't working, and you do a reading and you're like, yeah, this didn't work, I would not necessarily straight away do that same working again. Instead, I would probably say, okay, well, there must be a reason why this didn't fully manifest. There is something between me and my desired outcome that is stopping me from reaching that point. So I'm going to do some divination to look forwards at what it is that could be blocking it. And if you can see what it is that's blocking it, you can send a servitor, or you can do your own workings to try to clear away that blockage and then redo that spell. Otherwise, you might find that you are just wasting resources and time continuing that spell when there is something that is blocking it. So before you redo that spell, I'd recommend doing another reading to see if that spell would even be effective, because then you'll know in advance if you're just going to be wasting your time. Oh, the book Lammas Night by Catherine Kurtz is all about the New Forest Coven's magical defense during World War II. Ding, what was that? That was the website. Cool. I'm gonna have to write that one down as well. Lammas Night book. Yes, I will save that in my to be read list that is honestly getting ridiculous. But I will give it a try. Right. Let's see where I was. When did you feel like describing yourself as a witch felt right? I'm trying to think of when it actually was. Quite a way into my practice, I think, because I didn't really understand what it was for a long time. So I would say that I didn't start referring to myself as a witch till like 2010, 2011, maybe. Bearing in mind, though, at that point I had already been practicing for a considerable amount of time, like 7-8 years. Wait, no. Maths is not mathing. Hang on. 2023, 2013. So, like, it's been about 13 years since I started referring to myself as a witch. All of my practice before that point, that's like 5 or 6 years, I did not refer to myself as a practitioner. It was just something that I did not do. God, was 2010 really that long ago? Oh, I don't like that. Oh. Ew. I don't like thinking of time. It's scary. But I didn't refer to myself as a witch for ages before that point, just because it never felt quite right. I would still practice. I would still read books that were about witchcraft, but I never really felt that something, you know. It wasn't until I was quite considerable into my practice before I went, you know what, I probably should put a title on this, for one, because if I'm going to start talking to other people about it, I'm going to need some kind of way of addressing myself. I think that's probably where it started, where I wanted to start reaching out to other practitioners, and so I was on, at that point I was already on Tumblr, but under just like random accounts, and I wanted to start talking about witchcraft, and I had no idea how to address myself. So I ended up calling myself a witch, and it made sense at the time, and it still makes sense now. At least that's as far as I remember. When I think back to the fact that that was 13 years ago, that's kind of scary, and it also means that my memory of the subject is just not, it's just not as good as it should be. I just have random bits of music in my head. Here we go. Do you find that your house spirits are protective of you, alerting you of danger, or protecting you from unwanted entities? So, I have a few spirits in the house. The most notable one, I have 2, 3, trying to think. I'm going around all the rooms in my house being like, yeah, I have 3 main ones that are separate, like independent spirits. So I have at least one in the basement. He does not care. He does not give anything. I'm trying really hard to not swear today. I'm probably failing, but he does not give a shit, basically. And he only cares about himself. And he will only kind of show himself when he's annoyed. And I think there's quite a few down there that are all attached to him. I have one in the living room who is very nice and friendly, and they will sit and like listen to me read, because I will read out loud to him because he's quite happy to sit and listen, which is the most adorable thing ever. And then I have one in the office who just minds his own business and does not want to participate. However, I do have a servitor that is specifically set up to alarm me, to be an alarm and to warn me if there's anything present in that space, let me know the kind of things that I can do, who they are, where they are, what they're doing, how long they're going to be there for. That is their job, among many other jobs, but that is their job. And so technically not a house spirit, but just a spirit in my house that works for that specific purpose and works very well for that specific purpose. They've kept me safe many a time. I have a question about casting circles. I have a busy life and sometimes family interrupts me where I have to move and someone moves into that space. I don't think it affects the circle, but wondering your thoughts. I don't think it necessarily will affect the circle. I work my circles based on the principle, same as I do my house protections, that if something has the intention to do me harm, then it will be kept out. If something has the intention to either not do anything or to be positive, then they're allowed in. And for that reason, I would say that you would be completely fine in that regard. It depends obviously on how strict someone wants that circle to be, whether they think that someone's energy is going to interrupt them in some way. But as long as you feel comfortable with it, I think that's completely fine. The same applies for like animals and the such. I know I had this question earlier where as long as you aren't dealing with something such as higher demons, more tricky negative spirits that might attach onto someone who inadvertently enters that circle, I don't think you need to worry too much about family members wandering in. As long as you feel comfortable with them being there, I don't think there's really a problem. Right. Gosh darn, I knew it was going to jump at some point. It actually hasn't jumped as often today as it would. Oh my goodness, I did not respond to this. Red Spade, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your donation. It means a lot. I didn't see it when it came up. Do you have a favorite stone? Mine is ametrine. So I love clear quartz always as my default. I love citrine. Doesn't matter to me whether it is actual citrine or heat treated amethyst. Controversial opinion, but I don't really care that much. It all works the same for me in my practice anyway. And I love labradorite and moonstone. I think they're just such wonderful stones. It's really hard to pick my favorite. I mean, I will probably just by usefulness, I will probably always pick a clear quartz just because I think it is the most universally practical stone. But I love citrine as well. That's really up there for me. Right, let's get back to where I was. If I can even find where I was. There's a circle casting question, so I can't be far off that. What are your recommendations for spirit hunting? I think I'm going to need more context on the hunting aspect of this. Are we talking like the finding and containment of malicious, potentially harmful spirits? Or are we talking spirit hunting as in like Ghost Adventures, where they're like just looking for spirits? I will probably only talk about one, not the other, because I think a lot of people mistreat spirits already, and I don't really want to perpetuate the use of items in order to contain spirits, because that can be really harmful. But when we're talking about looking for spirits and hunting, as people say, for spirits, I think it's really important to take into consideration that not all spirits at these haunted locations are actual human spirits, which is something that I think a lot of people struggle to wrap their head around. But the thing that I have with this is you can create spirits inadvertently by the sheer belief in a spirit. This is what a servitor can be, right? A servitor, even a god form, is the collective unified belief in a single thing, and so much energy is put into that location that it manifests that spirit that everyone thinks is already there. And so I think a lot of the most haunted places, especially in America, I reckon that if you were to take a practitioner or a medium in some of these places, they will come up empty-handed. And I don't mean like on TV when they're being paid to come up with things, because I think sometimes that does happen, not all the time, but I think sometimes these ghost shows can make content for the benefit of the show that wouldn't happen otherwise. But some of the most haunted locations, I do think that if you were to take a medium in there, and they weren't being filmed, and they were just going in there and being brutally honest, I think that they would come up empty-handed for human spirits. However, I think a lot of these locations have thought forms in them. Spirits that have been created by the perpetual belief in a spirit, and therefore all of that energy, that fear that is put into that site creates a spirit that people can then encounter. And the more you feed that servitor, that spirit, that thought form with energy, the more they respond, which is why in some locations, the more scared people get, the more reactions they get. Some of that is psychological. Some of it may well be thought forms that have been created. I would say if you want legitimate spirit encounters, like passed over, yeah, an egregore, a thought form, and a servitor are basically the same thing, give or take. They have so many similarities that they're basically one and the same. The only thing that I would maybe separate is a servitor, because that's usually created for the purpose of a magical job, whereas a thought form and an egregore can be created just by sheer thought of will alone. So if you want real spirit activity, I would say you need to be going to places that you wouldn't necessarily think would have spirit activity. So I know it can be really exciting to go to all of these places where you think there's a headless horseman or where you think something happened, but probably the best way of doing it is to simply go places and be open-minded. and see what comes from that experience, rather than going in expecting a specific spirit, because that's how thought forms get created. Which is why I think a lot of these super haunted places are haunted. It's not that they were originally haunted. It's that they might have once been haunted, but that haunting is finished, and then people keep perpetuating it with the stories that they tell. So, where was I? I love ghost things though. Oh my god, I love all kind of ghost things. I'm really tempted actually to get, what is it called? Is it Discovery Plus? Where they have all of the ghost shows on Discovery Plus. I'll tell you a good ghost show, and it's off tangent again, I know. A great ghost show, if you are looking for one where I truly think that the people are being genuine in it as best as they can, is Kindred Spirits. People say it's one of the most boring ghost shows that's ever been created. And if anything, I think that's what makes it good, because the people there genuinely are authentic about what they're seeing. And if they don't see anything, they don't say anything, which is why it comes across so boring. But I actually think it's one of the best, most authentic shows that I have personally seen. Right. Can I use a tattoo as a protection charm when you can't wear certain pieces of jewelry? Yes, to a degree. So obviously, if we're talking sigils, that energy is going to run out. But if we're talking symbolic symbols, I should have just said symbols, that have an accepted magical reaction to them, that is perpetuated through hundreds of years and tens of thousands, millions of people, that is powerful in its own right, which is why people get tattoos of the cross, which is why people get pentagram or pentacle tattoos, depending on your specific tradition. So I think that can definitely be used. You can then supercharge it with skin-safe oils that have been diluted appropriately, with energy that you've added into them. And it can be used as a substitute. The other way of doing it is I will often draw sigils on myself just as temporary when I can't wear my jewellery. Can witches perform exorcisms? So this one is honestly more of a technicality than anything else. So as far as I'm aware, now this might be wrong because I'm not well versed in the Christian church. As far as I'm aware, only the Catholic Church is able to perform exorcisms. But that doesn't mean that similar, almost identical ideas cannot be carried out by other people. So the term exorcism is really specific to one branch of Christianity. I forget which one it is, but there are other people from other branches, not only of Christianity, but other traditions as well, that carry out a very similar form of practice, which is the removal or the banishing of spirits from people or from objects and places. Sometimes that does have religious context, as it does within the Christian church. Sometimes it is simply the banishment of spirits, as is seen within witchcraft. And you will get witches who will go to people's homes specifically to do cleansings and banishings. These can be alongside medical help when working with people, because it's also important to remember that what people consider to be something like demonic possession is often a medical or psychological condition that also needs careful treatment through these suitable places. So for instance, people would often think that seizures were a sign that you were possessed by the devil. But now we know, and should be treated as such, that it is more likely going to be a medical condition that has not been treated otherwise. So you will get witches who will go out to people's houses that will specifically do these things alongside other figures that will help the people as best as they can. So as far as I'm aware, exorcism is restricted to the Catholic Church, but that does not mean that other people will not do the same. And also, the Catholic Church often doesn't have that much of a grasp on the kind of spirits that they're dealing with, because everything is viewed through the lens of Catholicism, and so sometimes that really sways what they're working with, and that can mean that not all of them are successful. As is mentioned here, they often have a huge rate of failure, apparently. I don't know any statistics myself, but it wouldn't surprise me, because if they are working with a spirit that they are not expecting to work with, there may well be rules and things, names that they are not following and using that someone who is more well versed with that specific tradition will be able to know. Right. Where was I? I'm getting into that weird part of the night where I'm just starting to do weird random shit. What does it feel like when there are spirits around? So it depends on what type of spirit it is, whether they've made themselves known, who has let me know about them. There's lots of options here. So oftentimes I will just get this feeling like I'm being watched. That is my number one. If I've not already sensed that spirit through energy sensing, that is usually what happens first, is I will get this feeling of, I'm definitely being watched. It's not necessarily a bad feeling. It's just like a bit of an ominous feeling. Sometimes I will get smells. That's another thing that comes through really strongly. So in this room in particular, actually, I will get a really strong smell of cigarette smoke mixed with like perfume. It's really hard to tell whether it is a man's cologne or a woman's perfume. It's kind of this strange old-fashioned mix of the both, and I will get that quite a lot in this room in particular. I will also get a strong women's perfume smell. I'll get that a lot, and I know it's not mine because I only ever wear like the same perfume every day. So that can often happen. I'll get knockings, movement, this kind of thing happening. I actually have a cabinet in my living room that has, they haven't shown themselves to me yet, but that has spirit inside of it attached to it that will knock on it, and they're like scaring the crap out of me, honestly. You're like reading your book and then all of a sudden the cabinet will just start knocking, and there's no reason why the cabinet's knocking. So you'll get sounds as well. I'll also get my servitor telling me, though they will typically only tell me when I ask, which is not always super helpful. Sometimes it would be nice to know when I don't ask, but we'll work on that. And then the rest of the time, if I've sensed it, it is, if you've ever seen the images of what echolocation looks like, or if you've seen sonar on a fishing vessel, where it shows markers in the water when the sonar is sent out and it bounces back again. That's kind of what I see in my head when I do my energy sensing. I can kind of figure out how big something is, where it is in the room, all of that kind of stuff, which I think is super duper cool, really useful, but I don't use it all of the time. I should do it more, but when I'm in my own space, I typically don't need to. So it will feel very, very different depending on how you sense things and the kind of things that you experience. I find that at the minute I'm having kind of a bit of both with my practice. I'm finding that I get kind of everything happening at the minute. And you might find that just one is predominant. So you might get corner of the eye phenomena, like seeing shadows. You might have dreams, you might have smells, you might have sounds. All these kind of things might come out to you. It's going to depend on what you feel specifically drawn to. Right. Next. Oh, here we go. What are ways you can charge your energy that you recommend for a baby/beginner witch? So, I'm a little confused by the question. What do you mean by charge? So this is just going to help me answer it better. I know that this is quite a way back, but hopefully you're still, I think you're still on. What are some ways you can charge your energy? Are we talking about raising your own personal energy, like bringing it to the surface so you can utilize it? Or are we talking about amplifying energy through external sources? Because the answer is going to be different. My bookshelf. Everything on my bookshelf is just moving tonight. Let's see. Where was I? Here we go. What I'm a bit scared of is regarding making agreements with spirits is that they would ask for something in return that I cannot give and become angry at me. Do you maybe have any advice on that? I don't think you're going to have any problem with that, because that agreement is not going to exist if both parties do not agree. And if that isn't the arrangement that you have, stick up your protections, say that you at the moment do not want to work with them, and take a step back. Because when you are working with spirits, it is a give and take. It is not just a give, and get nothing in return. So a spirit may well say, I will do this, but only if you do this ridiculous thing for me. And you have the right to say no, because no agreement has been agreed upon until both parties are happy with what it is that they have to do. So if, for instance, you have a spirit coming to you and saying, yeah, I will help you with this, but you have to, I don't know, sacrifice 8 chickens for me. I don't think that's going to happen most of the time. It might do, but most spirits that we would be working with on a regular basis are not necessarily going to ask something that they know that you cannot fulfill. It's important to remember that in other cultures, traditions, and in other areas of the world, these kind of offerings to spirits are really commonplace. But it does not mean that every spirit is going to ask for them, or that you have to agree if you don't feel comfortable with a specific spirit that you are working with in your tradition, for instance. So if I'll change the example slightly just to make it a little bit more extreme. So if they are saying, yes, we will do this for you, but you have to rent a plane and fly a big flag out the back of it that says thanks to, and then a spirit's name, for instance, that is something that is unreasonable for you to be able to carry out. It's not something that's accessible for you. It is not something that you will be able to achieve reasonably, and so you have a right to say, okay, I can't do that, but I can do this. Offer up an alternative. If that alternative is still denied, then you can say, okay, I really appreciate that you've been willing to open this conversation with me. At the moment, I'm not able to fulfill what it is that you would like me to fulfill, and because of that, I thank you for your time, and I will step away now. And then you just leave that situation. Because unless both parties have agreed, it's not going to be an agreement. It is just a conversation. And there is nothing binding about that conversation until something is agreed upon. How does a person get out of a rut? Like they say, the main part of spells or manifestation is your belief in it, but if you feel down, you can't get the effects you want. How can a person do that? Take a step back. Honestly, take a step back. You don't need to be doing them all of the time, and if you feel like you're not in the right headspace for it, that's okay. You can also ask for the aid of deities and spirits. That's an option as well if you don't feel as though your energy alone is up to doing it. And then connect back to your roots again. Connect to what you found joy in at the very start of your practice. Back into nature, back into a specific topic you've not read up on in a while. Just try to reconnect with an aspect of your practice that maybe you haven't looked at for a while to re-spark that joy. Because often when we get stuck in a rut, it's because we are doing something that we are not 100% happy with doing. And that doesn't have to be the practice as a whole. That's usually a section of that practice. Maybe there's something that in your gut, you just don't feel as though it's quite right for you. And so cut that out of your practice. Even if it's just temporary, just cut it out. Replace it with something else. Try something different. Something that sparks joy in you. Is it Marie Kondo? Was that her name? Keep it if it sparks joy. And it's just a case of trial and error, see what works. I've tried a lot of things in my practice. I actually tried a new thing the other day. I was very proud of myself. I very rarely try new things. Because the thing that sparks joy in me is candle magic. I love working with it. And so for me, that will always spark joy in me, whereas complex, highly ceremonial rituals just weren't doing it anymore. Like I just wasn't feeling it, so I stopped, switch, find something that sparks joy, and hopefully you can find something that you can really deep dive into. I hope so anyway, because it would be such a shame to lose that passion for the practice. Okay, so this is the question I asked earlier about like the exact wording of it. So grounding, renew, and amplification. So for amplification of energy, you can work with really anything. I did touch on this earlier, so I'll just go over it really briefly. So we're talking cosmic events, different moon phases, working with deities, spirits, plant allies, land wights, elementals, different spirits that are around in our space, energies that are around us, crystals, stones, landscapes. All of these things can be really powerful to draw on that energy for, to replenish ourselves, or for raising that energy for spellwork and ritual. To replenish ourselves afterwards, you're going to want to draw energy from ideally a large renewable source, which is why I do like grounding, but there are other options. Really anything that you can draw energy from easily is really useful. So lightning storms for me are a big one. I am like wired during lightning storms. We don't get them very often, but when I do, I am 100% on like a million miles an hour. I cannot stop because I just love that energy and I will renew myself from that. So it's really any source that has a large enough amount of replenishable energy you can draw energy from if you feel low. And for adding into spells and rituals, cosmic events, or small amounts from lots of different sources, like lots of plants that associate with your desired intention, that's a good option too. Okay. Do you think the Necronomicon is real or fake? I've not read mass amounts of it, so I can't say like 100% either way. I'd love everyone's opinions on it, but from what I can tell, it is fiction that has been based on a nugget of truth. That is where I'm at right at this minute. I will have to fully dive into the entire topic, honestly, because it's massive. And look at all of the sides of for and against and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that is personally where I'm at right now. Oh, about Psychic Witch. I'm stuck with the first 3 exercises due to my chaotic neurodivergent mind. Is it wise to just move on, or do I have to master them before moving on for the book to be effective? Of course, doing them in order is going to be probably more effective, but I wouldn't get too hung up on the fact. All of the exercises kind of link together to one another, so if anything, you might find that by moving on, you are mastering previous techniques without getting yourself stuck on that previous technique. So you can happily go backwards and forwards through the book and just check up on things, try this day, try that this day. It is more effective to go through it one after the other, but not everyone is going to be able to do that super easy. So don't beat yourself up about it. I'd say just move on, and you might find that you are mastering things earlier on with the things that come later. How do you thank the Fae without thanking them? I like to leave offerings but never know what to say. I appreciate your assistance. I appreciate your presence. Or my universal thing that I do to every spirit that I come across, just nod. It seems so simple. It seems too simple. But when I want to thank my servitors, nod. Spirits, nod. Fae, nod. It's that kind of acceptance of, I appreciate you, but I don't need to say anything to say it. So I just nod. Because it's easy and you're not going to get hung up over the words, and it's kind of this universally accepted, like, I get you kind of a feeling. How could I deal with my brother saying witches aren't real? I would honestly not bother with him, to be fair. It's not going to impact his opinion on a subject, is not going to directly affect your practice or your beliefs. Everyone's entitled to their own, right? They're like arseholes. Everyone's got them. We don't have to show them off. And the same applies to this. He's quite entitled to believe that witchcraft isn't real, though more likely than not it's based on the idea that witches are something that they aren't. So the entire belief is based off something that isn't true to the real world. but he's still entitled to have that belief. And him having that belief is not going to be directly impacting your practice. It might be really annoying and really frustrating, but there isn't really much that you can do to change that. And it is just a case of getting to the point where you say, I understand that this is your opinion, but you don't have to keep telling me about it. I got it the first time. Your opinion is yours, my opinion is mine, and we are both entitled to our own, and that is done. Because I think that is just the better way of dealing with it. Right, where was I? Do you cook or bake anything for Mabon? I was hoping to be able to do some crumble of some kind, like an apple crumble, but I am a terrible baker. I'm so bad at it. I can cook. I struggle with baking, right? Because my idea of cooking, okay, I have a science background. You'd think I'd be good at baking because baking is like science. You follow a recipe to the T and it comes out fine. That doesn't seem to work with me. With cooking, I just go wild. I put herbs in the amount that I think smells right, and I put things in like randomly, right? It always works out fine, and that's how I like to do it. But with baking, if I do it by the book, it comes out wrong. If I do it not by the book, it comes out wrong. So I don't think I'm going to be baking this season unless I miraculously gain the ability to bake things successfully. Maybe I'll let my dad do baking because he's a much better baker than I am. How come you haven't made a video on banishment techniques for unwanted spirits or difficult to cleanse energies? Probably because there's so many witchcraft topics that I could never in my entire life make every video that I could ever make ever. Is honestly the reason for that. There's so many like specific little topics and tangents that I could go down. I could never ever be able to do every video on every subject ever. I don't think I could ever do it. So some of them I just don't end up doing because I think they aren't going to be that popular. And that is, although you'd think it shouldn't be a driving force when you're spending like 60 hours editing a video for it to get really poor views, it's hard for me to maintain. So I tend to stick to the topics that I think are going to be most popular, just so that I can maintain doing it, because obviously if I can't maintain it, then I can't make any videos at all. So I have to be really decisive about which videos I choose to do, and that's one that I have thought of doing a lot, and it ends up never getting past the scripting stage. So perhaps in the future I will get back to scripting it again and seeing how popular it would be, if it's worth me spending like 100 hours on it, because those kind of topics are really intensive as well. Like making sure everything is just right takes a lot of time, and sometimes it's a bit like when you're staring at a messy room and it's so messy that you don't know where to start. That's kind of what it's like on these topics. There's so much to cover. I kind of stare at it and I'm like, I don't know where to start. Ah, dear. Right, where was I? Some of the questions I'm skipping over at this point because I've already covered them like once or twice already early on in this video. So that's why some of them I'm skipping over if I've already seen and responded to them quite a few times. I've been watching some traditional German witchcraft channels which are in English. They are quite fascinating and the similarities are really quite fascinating. Perhaps an interview or a collab. Maybe one day. I'm really scared of doing collabs and stuff. I'm a very self-contained kind of person. I don't interact with people that much. I keep myself to myself. I have like a few people in the community that I know and I don't know anyone else. And I'm very nervous of that kind of clickiness that you can often get in different communities, and I'm kind of almost scared of that. So I tend to distance myself a little bit from the community while still wanting to be a part of it. It is the problem of being an introvert, right? You want to be included, but not that included. That's how I am all the time. So like I love the idea of doing collabs with people. Like I really like the idea of it, but I'm so scared of it that I like fail to respond to emails. I like see an email where someone is like, would you like to be on the podcast? And I'm like, I would love to, but my brain is telling me that I cannot do it. And I just sit paralyzed. And then before you know it, the email has been sitting in my inbox for 3 months and now I'm too embarrassed to respond to it. And that kind of thing happens a lot. So I think I need to develop some nerve, like some self-confidence, and actually do it, because I think it would be cool to like have collabs with people in the community. I'm just very nervous about doing it. And this one, would you be willing to do an interview for a psychic show? That sounds really cool. It's another one of them where it's something I'd love to do, but also I'm like really nervous of doing it because they always edit these things in the most extreme way. Like one of my favorite like paranormally psychic-y shows is called like not Most Haunted. That is really good, but it's called Paranormal Caught on Camera. I love that show, and they do interviews with people where they watch the clip and they give their explanation of what they think the clip is. And some of the people on the show I have met in real life, and some of the people on the show I've also seen in other shows, and I'm watching it and I'm there going, that's got to be edited. They have to have edited that so much to the point where it fits the narrative that they want to show, because there's like so much cuts in it. Now I love that show and I have no idea if that's actually true. This is not an accusation at the show, please don't come for me. But like sometimes I look at these paranormal like psychic shows where they have like interviews with people, and I think this has got so many cuts in it, I wonder what they edited out. And I'm scared of having someone else have all of the creative control, because it means that they can edit you in any way that they want to completely switch up the narrative. And that's really scary to me. So like I would love to do something like that, but it scares the living daylights. It would be live on the network, no editing. I'm nervous too, but I would love to work with you. Oh, that's so terrifying. Oh my god. That's terrifying. I mean, we can always chat via email and see if we can figure something out. I'm immediately regretting saying that. This is what I mean when I say I'm so socially introverted that the minute I say something even remotely social, I'm like, all of my nerve just like gets bottled up and shoved down, and I'm like, why did I say that? Now I'm scared. So maybe it's one of those where I love the idea of it, and I think I would love it if I had the nerve to do it, but I'm such a wuss. Oh dear. Where was I? I'm trying to figure out where I was, and I'm lost. I'm completely lost. Okay, how do you go about sensing the energies of plants and herbs that you're growing outside? Do you have any tips about sensing these energies? So for me, it's all about that video that I did on energy sensing. That is my technique for energy sensing, and I do that for everything. That includes plants, trees, everything. That is the technique that I will use. So I would recommend having a look at that video if that is something that you want to learn more about. I obviously can only speak on my technique, which is not going to be everyone, so just bear that in mind, but that video is still up. And I was here, right. Do you feel like the veil is thinner around Mabon? It is definitely getting that way. We're starting to head into that like more spirity time of year. I have noticed that already. There's been a little bit more activity with things. So yeah, it's definitely getting that way. I mean, spirits can cross over any time that they want, day or night, but there's definitely more ability, like more availability for them to do so as we're getting closer to Samhain. So I'm excited about it. I woke up this morning, I saw that Starbucks in the UK had started selling their pumpkin spice lattes, and I sent my mum a message and I'm like, guess we skipped summer, it's autumn now. And I've kind of accepted that we're not going to have a summer, and I'm kind of looking forward to autumn because it is that more like spirit fueled time of year that I just love. Where was I? I don't know. See, that is the cooking for Mabon question. So, like, I must have already gone past that. Oh, it jumped. Where was I? Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, that's the cooking and baking one. Okay. So I must be around here somewhere. Do you have your favorite resources for learning about mediumship? Unfortunately, I don't. But I would say probably the best way to learn mediumship is from a medium. It's much easier for mediums to explain things to you, probably verbally and through experience than through books. I know that several mediums that I know personally do have books on the subject. Actually, I need to get a few of those. I'll have to see if I can get hold of some at the next event that I do. And just see what their books are like to see if it really encompasses it, because then I can share it with everyone. But yeah, I'll have to check that out. But I'd say going to mediums, seeing if mediums do any classes is also really good, because it's that kind of hands-on experience. I was told in 2 different readings that I am going to absolutely butcher these names. Ampritite, I hope that's right, I apologise if it isn't, is my matron deity, and Hecate is my patron. Do I need extra protections when working with dark deities? No, I mean, a dark deity is just a deity that presides over a darker aspect of life. That could be death, transformation, the underworld, the afterlife, all these kind of things. And I don't think that you need extra protections per se. I would say you need to buckle in for the ride, because often darker deities don't necessarily hold their punches like other deities do. So you will find that if transformation is needed in your life, they will give you transformation with little to no warning. They will turn your life inside out, upside down, back to front, and spit you out the other end, and you will be better off for it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that process is going to be fun in any way, shape, or form. So just bear that in mind. Just brace yourself more than protect yourself. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen that way, but that is my experience with it. What kitchen herbs can I use to banish a harmful person or enemy? Obviously, my answer of this is going to change depending on how it's being done. Because obviously when it comes... I mean, the big ones for me are always anything spicy. So we're looking at like cayenne pepper, chili powder, straight up chilies, paprika, these kind of things. And then also things like black pepper and salt are the ones that I would use personally. Does anyone have a stone they hate? I can't stand selenite. It makes me shudder. Wow. Most people really like selenite. For me, I struggle with most agates. I don't get on with. And I know that I'm saying these all wrong for Americans, because Americans will say selenite and agate, but I hate the way it feels when I say agate, so I say agate. I just don't work with them that well. I don't seem to be able to connect with them particularly well. And I'm working on it, but I don't get it. I don't vibe with them. People love them. I don't get it. What could be the reason for a spirit guide to stop communicating after having had a good relationship? So spirit guides will constantly change and adapt. They are not necessarily always going to be the same through your entire life. So it might be that they were there when you needed them and you've progressed past that point where you no longer need them, and so they have taken a back seat now because their presence is no longer needed in the same way it was before. Or it might risk you using them almost like a crutch or like a plaster over things that you need to progress and work on. It might simply be that they can't help you with certain situations at the moment, and so they have essentially taken a step back because it isn't something that they are directly able to work with. So, I mean, there's so many options there. I mean, I definitely can't speak for them or go over all of them, but that is an option that that might be the reason. I don't think I've mentioned this. I don't think I saw it, but thank you so much, Not Queen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support, and just you watching means so much to me. And I always forget to say it because I'm always working so far behind that by the time I see it, I think people might have gone. But I hope that even if people go after they have donated, that you know that I will always 1,000% appreciate your support, whether that is watching these videos, liking these videos, commenting, sending a message, whatever it might be. I really appreciate it, even if I don't get to actually say it every time. Are there any pagan Wiccan magazines in the UK, and have you got any good book suggestions? Oh, I have too many book suggestions to be able to put in these videos. If you would like books on witchcraft, I have a series that is called Quarterly Book Breakdowns. If you just search for book on my channel, I have quite a lot of videos all about my bookshelf and bookshelf tours and videos on different books that I'm reading, so that could give you some ideas. There are some pagan and Wiccan magazines in the UK. Whether all of them are exactly what you're looking for is obviously going to depend. A lot of the ones that we see are more light work oriented, a lot of the mainstream ones, but I believe there's one called it's just called Witch magazine, and that is an online. I think they do in person, but I think it's mostly online. I'm just going to double check. And yeah, it's called Witch magazine. Yeah, and it's mostly online as far as I'm aware. It's an independently published magazine, and it is UK based, so that could be an option, and people can submit things and all of that kind of stuff. So that's one where it's almost like a community created magazine, which is potentially better than some of the high street kind of mainstream magazines that are out there. Where was I? I've got so many tabs open now of like all of the books. Do you believe in fairies? I do, and I work with the fair folk when and where I can. Not all of them, but definitely a few that do like interacting with me, I'm perfectly happy to work with. Have you ever participated in a seance, and have you used a Ouija board? If so, what was your experience? I haven't, no. I tend to avoid more staged spirit encounters. That's not to say that people stage what happens during a seance or a Ouija board session, but what I mean is I prefer more organic experiences. Like, I prefer going into a space and having those spirit experiences when they want to commune, kind of that kind of connection, rather than when I want to commune with them. You know, I want it to be a little bit more organic in that regard. So yeah, that is something that I haven't done yet, but I might do in the future. Perhaps, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I am going to an event later on in the year where there is a Ouija board session at the end of it, and I'm excited to see what that's going to be like, because I've never been in a room where that's happening, so I'm going to be curious about the energy changes that are happening and all of that kind of stuff. So, what do we have here? I've lost where I am again. Oh, see, that is the cooking and baking one. That is what I'm using as my gauge for where I am. I must be here somewhere. Okay, that is the psychic show. I'm definitely past that. Oh my goodness. Trying to see one that I haven't already read. Do you know of any deity that is sleep itself and is as old as the universe? Because it's something we all must deal with, and it seems no one talks about it, but do you have any knowledge of sleep? I don't have mass amounts of knowledge on sleep, and I think the problem we have in in Western society specifically, is that we perceive sleep as being one thing, right? We perceive sleep as being a practical scientific thing that we have to do to be able to survive, right? And that's all it is. And there are many different cultures outside of ours that has much more meaning to sleep. And even if we look back historically at records, trial records, discussions of witchcraft in the past, and what was referred to as like wise folk practice or folk magic, we see that dreams and sleep was not perceived as being this internalized mental thing. It was perceived as being as real as waking life. And so you have sleep spirits. I don't know of any sleep deities personally, but I know that they definitely exist. And you will have this perception of dreams and our experiences in dreams as being as valid as when you were awake. And so we see trial records in the British Isles, which is where I primarily focus my research, and we see people talking about traveling as an animal into people's homes during sleep, and the things that they experienced as dreams were believed and taken as fact in trial records as though they happened in the real waking life. And that's something that we don't see anymore. It's like our society has gone, oh, dreams, therefore it is not real, when in reality, for most of history and in many different cultures as well, dreams are considered an extension of waking life. They are living things. They are real, as anything else around us is real. It's just that they are a different variety of real. And so I think the entire topic of sleep is really interesting. Western magic doesn't really have that much on it. You have a little bit of sleep magic, but not all that much. So I would love to dive a little bit more. I don't know of any specific deities personally that are associated with sleep, but I am certain that there will be some out there. Right. See, there's that same one about cooking for Mabon. I think it was posted several times. That's why I keep seeing it. It keeps throwing me off because I'm thinking I'm somewhere in the chat and then I'm not. So, where was I? Okay, I've answered that one. Oh, do you believe that the full moon affects the energy of everything and anything like human energy? Yes. I mean, I don't know. The moon has a visible, noticeable power, energy, whatever you want to call it, over the earth. And we can see this. The earth literally is pulled out of shape by the moon's orbit. And the tides are controlled by it. Like, it has a strong visceral reaction on the biggest, most foundational parts of our world. And so, to me anyway, to expect that it wouldn't therefore have an influence over us, I think is quite unusual in a way. If it can influence the shape of the earth and the flow of the tides, we are seemingly therefore insignificant in comparison. And so I don't know why we would be exempt from any of that influence. Whether it does things that other people throughout history have thought it does, you know, the idea of, I mean, people still say it to this day, that if you work in a hospital or if you work around busy places like police stations and hospitals and emergency departments, people do say that they see an uptick of people coming in on a full moon. And is that a coincidence? I don't know. It's something I've never massively thought of before, but I'm curious as to what the actual statistics are. Are more people actually seen in emergency departments or at the police station at certain times of the month than others? That's something I'd be curious to learn more about, but I don't think anyone has taken that information or studied it. It's a very niche subject. Okay. How does the servitor alarm you? So I will ask a question and they will give me an answer. The same way that I work with them anyway. So it's very much I don't know how best to describe it without making myself sound bonkers. There is like a very distinctive message that comes through when I ask them a question, and they'll talk over me. I'll be like because I have like a mental narration, right? I'll be having my own narration, like, oh, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, I've got to do this, and then they'll talk over me to get their point across and to tell me things. So that is how I work. I ask, and as I check in with them, they will tell me if there's anything around and if there's anything I need to be concerned about, and then I can deal with it appropriately. Trying to figure out if there's any more questions that I've missed. Do you have any do's or don'ts for anyone who wants to start a coven? Oh, interesting. So, do's and don'ts, do's and don'ts. I'd say, now this is a lot of these are gonna be kind of unpopular, I think, but it's based off my own experiences with a coven, and so I'm maybe more cautious than I would be otherwise. So I'd say, don't immediately accept anyone who wants to join. Now, that is not me intending to be exclusionary to anyone, but for a functional, well-running coven, you need people who are going to work well together. And if you have people who work in completely different ways, if you have people with very different energy, people who don't vibe personality-wise, people who would have to meet up on completely different days, like if you're fighting against everything to get it to work, that coven is not going to be a safe, comfortable learning environment. Everyone has to feel comfortable with everyone else. There has to be this kind of unison, this acceptance. And although it would be really lovely to say, yes, anyone who wants to join can join, just join in, it doesn't always in practice actually work out that well. As I mentioned earlier, some people will be doing more work than others. So I'd say you have to have some kind of basis for that coven. So I would say you need to have like an acceptance of a specific technique that you're going to work. Like, yes, you might branch outside of that, but ideally you want everyone to be comfortable working the same kind of spell in the same technique. If you've got someone who flat out refuses to work with the fire element and everyone else is planning on working with the fire element, that isn't necessarily going to work well for a cohesive team. So that is one thing that is a definite do, is make sure that you are vetting everyone that is coming into that coven. And even if they are your friends, you still have to have that conversation of, if this is going to work, we have to be able to work together. The second would be to make sure that you are meeting up regularly. It's really, really easy to fall behind on seeing people and then the coven just kind of falls apart. So make sure that everyone knows when they're meeting. It could be Sabbats, it could be Esbats, it could be just once a month. A lot of people will kind of connect up on the full moon, but it obviously depends on schedules. So having somewhere that you can meet up and meeting up regularly is really useful. We used to meet up at a stone circle, and that was where we did all of our rituals, was a stone circle, which was really useful. Everyone knew where it was fairly accessible, and everyone knew where and when. The next do is make sure that everyone chips in for supplies. It's really easy, especially if you're forming a coven with your friends, to say, oh, don't worry, I'll get the supplies. Oh, it's fine, don't worry, I'll get the supplies. But when you're using, 2 candles each plus incense, you might buy a book of shadows for the coven, you might be buying a large cauldron for the coven, that all adds up, right? And if we're buying herbs and items and oils and incense, this all adds up. So while I don't agree to having a massive cost for joining a coven, I do think that every member should be chipping in for the resources that they are using. Magical supplies are not free, especially if you're buying them from shops and things like that. So everyone should ideally know how much they need to chip in. It doesn't have to be a massive amount, but even for food and drink, chip in for the food and drink that you're going to be eating that day. I think everyone should have an agreement on that in advance, as well as a place where you can meet. So it needs to be somewhere safe. You need to obviously be keeping everyone safe, so maybe someone's house in particular you could go to every time. maybe on a rotational basis, but everyone has to be in agreement of where it's going to happen. Those are really the big ones. The only other one that I will say is have an agreement of where people are able to talk to others and where they aren't. There's a reason a lot of covens are oath-bound. It makes sure that the coven secrets stay the coven secrets. It also makes sure that all of the workings are staying private within that group where it is appropriate to do so, especially when you might be doing workings with sensitive information. So just make sure people are aware of who and where and when you're comfortable with them sharing information, and be willing to enforce it if you have someone in your group who is actively breaking all of these guidelines. So they're actively not turning up to your gatherings, if they're actively refusing to pay for the supplies and the food that they're using, if they are actively going against all of the rules in that group, be prepared to stand your ground and actually kick them out if you need to. Because if you want that safe, inclusive environment, you have to make sure that we are not allowing negative behavior to impact everyone else. Like, yes, of course, give people chances to correct it, but if you have someone who is blatantly refusing to buy any of the supplies, but they want equal share in the outcome of that working, that's not going to work for everyone to feel safe, comfortable, and accepted in that environment. So yeah, not really that many don'ts, but just a lot of kind of do's, I suppose. Though, of course, it's going to vary coven to coven and people to people. But that applies to everything anyway. What is a hearth witch? A hearth witch is someone who works magic surrounding the hearth and home. So they're often doing workings in the home for the people in the home. They are often also connecting with hearth deities. So for me, it is Bridget. For other people, it may well be Hestia, or there's many other hearth deities out there. They're likely also going to be working with house spirits and connecting with spirits of the home. They might work really closely with the fire element and fire magic as well. It's kind of an extension of cottage witchcraft. The original term was coined by Anna Franklin, phenomenal author. As far as I'm aware, she is the one that originally coined that term. And I would recommend reading Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin. It is a really, really good book. So, have you got or had a familiar? Currently, no, and I haven't in the past. I am quite content to be working with my servitors, though I'm not opposed to having a familiar spirit in the future. That is something that I'm definitely up for. I have a spirit currently that is, no, still don't want to be referred to as a familiar. That's fine. They're kind of that borderline. So I'm interested in developing those connections in the future, but at the moment I do not currently have a familiar spirit. It's called The Witch's Home. I bought this book today and wondered if you've ever read it. From when I scanned through it, it looked really good. It's called The Witch's Home. Let me have a look. I have a lot of books are all kind of like similar named, so I often forget. Witch's Home book. Let's see what comes up. Not much. Do you have an author for that as well, so I can really check it out? That would be great. Because it just keeps coming up with The Witches by Roald Dahl, which is not what I searched for. So, yeah, I'll have to check that one out. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Branwen. That's so nice. I'd personally love to see a banishment video from you. I find that most respectable creators shy away from it, and I wondered if there's a reason I'm missing beyond not getting around to it. There will be, yeah. So, for me, I always find it really difficult to walk that line. I've never gotten around to it. It's just such a massive video, but there are several videos that you'll often find that people will avoid, and it's because of how people reach that content. So one thing that you'll often find is that a lot of larger content creators won't make healing spells and post them online. That isn't because they don't carry out healing magic for themselves. That isn't because they don't think it can be successful. The problem you've got is that people often reach out to magic in desperate situations, in situations where magic cannot actually help at this point. And when that spell doesn't work, they feel like they've built up all of this hope that it will achieve something that nothing else has achieved. And then that content creator is to blame if that working doesn't manifest. But in reality, that working was never created for the purpose that it was used for. Do you see what I mean? So you often find that people will reach out to witchcraft in desperation. And while I understand that desire for a magical response, because it is in essence the last resort, content creators do have to set themselves in a place of safety, because it is not on us, or it should not be perceived as being on us, if an impossible to cure illness is not cured by magic. Do you know what I mean? There is that kind of fine line. So I will likely in the future do some banishment workings, but it's always important to have that caveat of you really need to know what you're working with. And I obviously, when I'm making a generic working, I'm not going to know exactly who, what, when, why, where of that particular spirit. And so there is no guarantee that that banishing spell will work, especially if you're dealing with something that has a name I don't know, has a background that I don't know, perhaps is attached to something that is not mentioned. It makes it very difficult to create a universally successful spell, which is why a lot of spell videos on YouTube are incredibly popular, but also often very disliked as well. So it's that kind of weighing up of it. So all the videos that I make, I will always try where I can to specify that there is no guarantee that in every situation, every working is going to manifest. And that's why I think a lot of people kind of tiptoe around the subject, and they avoid things like health spells, they'll avoid things like love spells, because people will use them inappropriately, and then it's on the content creator when that doesn't work out the way. That's why I like teaching people techniques rather than giving people whole spells. I hope that explains it a little bit more. Obviously I cannot speak for everyone in the community, but that might be one of the primary reasons for it kind of being avoided. Do you know the book Nature Spirits and Elemental Beings? Let's have a look. No, I don't know of that book. Interesting. See what the description says about it. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, that's definitely gonna have to go on my my list of to be read, because that looks really interesting. There's so many books on the subject that so many just end up kind of lost. Do you have a wand you are particularly attached to, and how often do you use it? Oh, interesting. So I actually got a wand for my birthday that I have not yet used, because I simply haven't had the requirement to use it yet, but I'm definitely gonna have to use it. I need to actually I'd love to do more workings outside, because I use wands a lot more outside than I do inside, so I'd love to find some outside space where I can use that. So I have one Blackthorn wand that I'm really connected with. My most connected with wand though is I'm not sure if you will have seen it. If you've seen any of my altar videos, you'll probably have seen it. It is the antler wand with the quartz point on it. Oh, I love that wand. I got that wand when I was at university and I love it. I still love it. I used to use that wand for all of my rituals. Now I rarely use it. I will occasionally use wands here or there. I'm a very tactile person though. I like using my hands for workings more than I like using a wand, unless I'm doing more ceremonial practice. Oh, I've seen these pop up this time. So thank you so much to Chad Cook. Any opinion about the Wicca Academy online? Its fees seem reasonable, but their practices aren't reviewed by many. So let's have a look. The Wicca Academy. Obviously, I'm going to just say now that I am not the be-all, end-all of information on these things, so it might be amazing, and I just completely missed that. We'll have to see. So let's have a bit of a look-see. The main things I look for when I'm I'm checking out kind of an online witch school is whether there's a lot of information that you would be able to get other than from books. Because I understand that not everyone is good with books, right? Not everyone likes reading. So I'm interested to see what kind of stuff they teach. So they have an online coven, which I would personally say is more like a forum than an actual coven. I don't think you'd have any of the foundational principles of a coven in that. I think it's more of just an online thing. Wicca 101, basic magic and advanced spells, dream interpretation. View all courses. Let's have a look. Wiccan holidays, dream interpretation, basic magic spells, meditations and elements, tarot card readings, zodiac signs, spirits and familiars. Ooh, view course preview. My basic default basically on books is I always look at the familiar section because that's really useful to me to figure out what they perceive as being a familiar. So most of this is animals. So animal familiars, which to me are not familiars. Doesn't apply for everyone, by the way. This is just my personal opinion. Animals are not animals to me are not familiars. They are animal companions or magical companions because they do not contain the inherent essence of a familiar. But there is a section on non-corporeal familiars, though it does seem to be a really small one. So there's that. That's different for everyone, by the way. This is just my stance on familiars. It doesn't apply to everyone. Let's have a look at basic magic and advanced spells. Let's have a look-see. What have we got here? Candle magic, candle rituals, crystal magic, divination, advanced spells, earth magic protection, crystal ball gazing, tarot cards. I think by the looks of it, it's going to offer basic information that seems to be very useful, right? But I would say if you've already done some reading from books and some learning from books, the information is not going to be significant enough of a difference unless you want the community aspect as well, which I think could be really, really good. If you've done a lot of research from books, you might find that it is basically just what you already know, but then you do have the benefit of the community. If you have not read books and you don't feel comfortable reading from books and you don't find that that is something that vibes with you, it could be a good option. I'm not certain of the prices of it. I'm not going to spend too much time looking into it here, but these kind of things can be a good option if books are simply not for you. Just make sure that kind of the information is vetted as best as can be. So, back to the stream. Where was I? After lavender, what are 5 herbs or flowers that are good to work with being a novice green witch? I would say it's going to depend on where you live and what grows in your area. So, and also what you have readily available. So for me, I typically would grow lemon balm. It's so easy to grow. Warning, don't plant it in the ground. And regardless of whether you'll plant it in the ground, it will pop up everywhere in your garden. So be warned. So lemon balm is really easy. Mint is really easy. This is another one. Please don't plant it in the ground. It will grow like wildfire. It grows everywhere. I also like rosemary. It's really, really good. If you can get it so it's growing really sturdy, you will have rosemary so that you can cleanse your home basically forever. So that's great. Chamomile. I adore chamomile. It's great for prosperity workings and everything like that. And then I also like basil. Basil is one that I will use a lot. It's also really tasty. I recently got a 99p basil plant in my kitchen. To be fair, it's already dying because they always do from the supermarket. You need to like separate them and I've not done that yet. So those are the 5 that I would definitely plant if I were to be starting a garden. Right. Alright, some questions, especially the ones about specific deities, I know I won't be able to answer because the only deities that I work with are Brigid, Ceridwen, and Keranos. So my knowledge outside of that is rather limited. Oh, thank you so much, Temperance. I didn't notice. Oh, it's a cute... Is it a fox or is it a Sheba? I think it's a Sheba. Oh, so cute. I love Shebas. I don't think this is witchcraft related, but curious if you have any thoughts on how the pyramids were built or Stonehenge. Doesn't seem humanly possible without energy manipulation of some sort. I find this... It's a tricky one because I do truly believe that we built these things. I mean, we can see Stonehenge moving. So Stonehenge was originally built in Wales, and then it was moved again to where it is now on... is it on Salisbury Plain? I think it might be on Salisbury Plain. Let me just check. I feel daft now. Where is Stonehenge? My brain has just gone blank. Salisbury Plain. Yeah, okay, still Salisbury Plain. I was right. So we can see how that's moved. And I also think it's important that we don't almost undermine the skill that our worldly ancestors had. Not just direct ancestors, but just human ancestors had. There is so much knowledge that has been lost that allowed us to build amazing structures. I mean, Taj Mahal is amazing, a perfectly symmetrical structure. It's a wonder, literally, a wonder of the world. And it's important, I think, although I do enjoy the idea of you know, aliens or external powers having influence, that we don't forget that our ancestors were actually very capable and very good at finding ways around these things, which I think is just really cool. So, where was I? Oh, it jumped. Oh no. Okay, while I'm here, I will do this before I go back up again. So thank you so much to Tammy Flores, I hope it's Flores, thank you so much, and also to Sherita, I believe, / Built Different. I subscribed just now. I love your explanations of the spiritual world. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you like the content enough to subscribe. It really warms my heart when I hear people say that, so thank you. Did you buy any new tarot decks recently? I loved watching your deck collection video and wondered if your collection has expanded since. Ooh, I recently, and by recently I mean I'm currently editing a giant video ranking all of my tarot, oracle, and divination cards. And I mean all of them. This video, I made it to be a quick video that I could just film and edit dead fast. The raw footage was 3.5 hours long. I'm 15 hours into editing it, and I'm not even halfway through the first draft. It's going to be a massive video, so I would really appreciate it if when it comes out, you could just like click like, and just, even if you don't watch the entire thing, it would just mean a lot because this video is taking me an age. I've actually had to completely change my schedule for the amount of time this video is taking to edit. So I'm hoping that when it comes out, it will give you some new deck ideas, because I have got quite a few new decks that I've added into this list. And actually I have one that a subscriber created, which is absolutely bananas to me. It's beautiful. Do you have any recommendations for a good book of shadows? I would say the best books of shadows that you can get would be something that is made by a practitioner. So if you can get a really nice, it depends on whether you're vegan or not. You can get the vegan books of shadows, but you can also buy the handmade leather books of shadows. If you can get a nice sizable leather book of shadows, like a big handmade one, not only are you supporting the magical community, but it also just adds so much extra like magical energy into that coven space. Those are my personal favorite books of shadows, honestly, are the ones where they're like all leather bound. I was gonna grab one, but they're not even here anymore. I have I have multiple, but I've got one big leather bound book of shadows that I just absolutely adore. Oh, Joe Caldrick is the author of The Witch's Home. Let's have a look. See if I've read it. Oh, I have not read it, so I'll have to add that one onto my list as well. Ooh, got lots and lots of books to read this time. Any advice on how to not get sick when there's a full moon? I would appreciate it. So this would probably be some personal protection, some shielding, just to make sure that your own personal energy isn't being influenced too strongly, because I think that's probably what's happening here, is that your own energy is so influenced by it that it's just causing some problems. So some shielding might help just to limit that a little bit. Have you heard of the song The Elven Treasure? I have a strong sense that I've heard it before, even though I've not. I haven't, so I'm going to add this. I've got so much to look up after this. I'll have to look that up afterwards. And, oh, it's Peter Grundy. Oh, Peter Grundy's great. Absolutely phenomenal artist. This has been such a nice stream today. It has, hasn't it? Thank you so much, actually, for being on is all this time. I really appreciate it, because Phil is away at the minute, so I was panicking, honestly. I'm like, oh no, my mods are going to be overwhelmed. But today has been really nice and chill. Thank you so much for sticking around. Supermarket plants, supermarket herbs always die. They do, don't they? My basil is just wilting. I can't water it fast enough. But then I don't think I'm overwatering it, because the soil keeps going completely dry. So I don't know what I'm doing. I clearly must be doing something wrong. I must be. I want to consider working with deities, but never felt connected to the idea. I work with water and the moon and sun and feel deep connections. So should I wait for that same connection with deities? Probably, I would say, is the best action with this is to wait till you feel that really strong connection and then go from there. Can we send you anything to a PO box? I would love to send some mail. Yeah, my PO box is still available. I had to take it off the channel because I was getting a lot of requests for spells via the PO box, which I don't do, and I would get a lot of items in that were just not suitable. I'm not going to go any further into it than that, and I ended up having to take it off for that reason. But if you want to send me an email via the website hearthwitch.co.uk, or you can send me a DM on Instagram, I can let you know what the PO box is if that's something that you are interested in, because it is still available, though please don't feel like anyone's expected to send anything. It's mostly there just as a just in case, but I do have one just in case. Oh, I did not see this. Thank you so much, Joshua. I love your vids. Oh, thank you so much. I'm just here to spread positive vibes. Have a run, peace. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ask your house spirits to stop feeding on your plants. Oh, I wish it was that. Sadly, it's not. I've got one in the bathroom that is fine. It's perfectly fine. I haven't killed it yet, and I got it just after lockdown, and I haven't killed it yet. The basil, I was warned. I was told supermarket plants always die. Why are you buying it? It's unnecessary. It'll just die on you. But I was determined. I wanted to make it work. But so far, it is holding up to its track record of supermarket plants always die. So we'll have to see if I can bring it back from the brink. I'm hoping that repotting them, because there's 10 different plants in one. So I'm thinking if I repot them, it'll give them a better chance of survival. Hopefully, anyway. Do you make any cleansing solutions at home that you infuse with magic and herbs that you can share with us? Mostly I do cleansing sprays, but you can also use incenses, which is what I often use for all of the spiritual cleaning. But I personally don't at the moment, but you can make your own herbal floor washes and surface washes, which are steeped in boiled infused water with herbs and plants in them. And then you decant it into a bucket and then use it to wipe down doorways and entryways, windowsills, that kind of thing, as a cleaner, sort of. So you can clean and then do this afterwards, or do this and then clean afterwards. And it's got kind of that magical energy of the plants in it as well. So, okay, I also, just while I'm thinking about it, I have an idea I would like to run past everyone, because everyone that comes to the live streams is so dedicated. I would love to know your opinions. So I'm curious if anyone would be interested in being a part of a new video series. I filmed a little bit. I'm just dipping my toes in the water. I don't know if anyone would be interested in it. But obviously when I talk about things on my channel, I can only share my experiences, right? And my experiences are not necessarily going to vibe with everyone else's experiences. So I would love to know if I made videos on certain topics, if people would like to share their experiences with said particular topic. Now, this could be anonymously, like they can just send me a message. So for instance, one that I would love to do first is like your first encounter with a spirit. And I can share my experiences of that. And then if other people wanted to share their stories, they can send it to me anonymously. If they have a YouTube channel, they can send me a video clip that I can put in and then link it to their YouTube channel. If they have an audio clip that they would like to send in telling me and telling all of us about their experiences, I can add that in as well. Link everyone's social medias and stuff. I thought that could be a really cool idea, just to kind of share other experiences. Because obviously, like, my experiences are not going to vibe with everyone else. So I'm hoping that if everyone is kind of interested in that, I am going to do something on the website so that I can get it all set up so that people can send in things. And I would love to do that, because then it gives space for smaller content creators where they can share some of their stories, and just people who don't want to share themselves, you know, people who want to stay anonymous. Yeah, everyone thinks that's good, because that would be great. Would you ever consider talking to another practitioner on a Zoom call? I'm scared of doing it, but I'm not opposed to doing it. In the long run, I think I would enjoy doing it. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and set up the website and see how I can work it out and configure it to get so that people can send videos. And then what I will probably do is post a kind of call for stories on specific subjects on the website, and then people can send them in, because I'd like to do that, because like people ask me about my experiences, but my experience might only take up like 2 minutes. So I think it would be cool to hear everyone else's. So if everyone feels like that's a good idea, I will get that all set up, and I have a little video I need to edit of properly asking people that I should be posting soon. If I don't bottle out, we'll see. But I just thought that would be really cool. Like maybe like once a month or something. I think that would be really cool. So just as we come to the end of the stream, I'm going to obviously answer a few more questions as we get to the end. But let's have a look. Where was I? Oh, thank you so much, Susan. You're always so sweet. On all of the streams, I always notice you, even if I never point you out, because I don't like pointing people out because I'm scared I might scare them off. But I always notice, so thank you so much. Do you have any recommendations for reputable online sites to buy witchy supplies, herbs, sage, etc.? So I pretty much always go to Starchild or Sons of Asgard because they do ship. Both of them ship internationally. I would plug my own shop, but I only ship to the UK because shipping fees are extortionate. But Sons of Asgard and Starchild are really good for herbs and that kind of thing. And I do really enjoy the quality of, especially Sons of Asgard is particularly good. So every time I'm down there, I will always get from there, as you tell from all of the videos. Are you a secular witch? I'm not honestly, it's kind of hard to pin down exactly what I am now, honestly. It's I don't see deities in the way that a religion would see deities. So it's kind of that, like, it's a hard line, because like I wouldn't necessarily consider myself secular, but if a Christian were to look at me, they'd be like, yeah, you're secular because you don't worship deities. I do work with deities, but they aren't seen as this like higher controlling power. We are equals in practice, working together rather than me working for. It's an interesting one, honestly. My practice is very varied though. It changes from season to season. It shifts and everything like that. We shall wait as long as it takes for you to figure out international shipping. I'm not giving up. My problem is it's so bad at the minute. Shipping to America requires special insurance because things go missing and the insurance costs a fortune. Yeah. How would you notify us that you would like our input about our experiences for videos? So what I'm going to do is I will set up the website. So this coming week, I'm going to try and set up the website so that it will accept video files, audio files. And then what I will do is I will post at the top of the page probably the current theme that we would be working on. And then I will probably post it on Instagram and also on the community tab. So it should come up on your YouTube feed if you're subscribed to me that I'm putting a call out for it. And then after that point, it'll probably be a few weeks until I can put it all together into a cohesive video. But yeah, I think that would be amazing. So that's, fingers crossed, the plan. And yeah, so that is the end of tonight's stream. Thank you so much for all being here. I said it was going to be quick. It's been 4 hours. How do I always do this? So thank you so much for all being here. Thank you for watching and commenting and liking and all of that stuff. And yeah, I love the fact that all of you still come to all of these live streams. It means a lot to me. So I will keep doing them every month as long as people still enjoy me doing them. I have a Mabon video. I believe I'm going to get it finished in time. I still have to film half of it. But I have a Mabon video that should be coming out next week. And then following that will be the Tarot and Oracle videos, hopefully. So those are still looking forward to. And if you are a Patreon member of mine, I know that I'm late on my September upload. No, it's September now, my August upload. It's a big video. It's an hour and 10 minutes long. I hope you're prepared for that. It's a massive upload, so that should be coming up in the next few days, hopefully. It's just taken me way longer to edit, so I'm so sorry it's taken me a while. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous, magical day. Thank you so much to Iz, my amazing mod, who has seriously worked hard today because, yeah, I'm kind of missing a significant moderator today. So thank you so much for working so hard, as always. And I will see you in the next video or in the next live stream, whichever one I see you next for. So stay safe, everyone. Have a marvelous, magical day, and I will see you soon. Okay.